Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Angela Herlock, and I'm the chair for the Chicago Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. To our residents, our guests who have joined us today in the board chambers, and to our remote viewers watching the meeting via our live stream video broadcast, we want to definitely welcome you to the September 12th rescheduled board meeting. Notice of the rescheduled meeting was published in the community newspapers, emailed and sent via snail mail to resident leadership, posted on the CHA's website and on social media channels, and distributed at the CAC monthly meeting. I will now call the meeting to order, and our board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Brewer,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matanki,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Herlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. At this time, I will present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. We will have centering thoughts from Commissioner Dr. Harris, followed by a report from our CEO, Tracy Scott. We'll move into public testimony on general matters only. After public testimony on general matters, we will recess from the rescheduled board meeting so that members of the Finance and Audit, Real Estate, and Tenant Services Committees will be able to meet and discuss items 1 through 13. After committee presentations, registered speakers will be able to have an opportunity to comment on committee matters. At the conclusion of the committee meetings, the rescheduled board meeting session will resume with presentation and vote on board items, and then we will have a closed session. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion to approve the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. We'll now have centering thoughts by Commissioner Dr. Mildred Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
A little louder, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right.
Good morning.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say that here at CHA, that we believe in people first. We believe that and know that we are stewards of the public trust, and diversity makes us stronger. So I just want you to hear this and what I would share with you today. You see, it doesn't matter where you go or who you meet along the way. Carry kindness in your heart and practice it each day. A simple smile can change the course of someone else's week. The smallest gesture represents the gift of joy we seek. A gentle touch reminds us that humanity still reigns. To pet a cat or dog shows that love will never wane. There are millions of obstacles on any given day, but you know what I want you to do? I want you to arise, dance, sing, shout, jump, and have a happy day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for those inspirational thoughts. Next on our agenda is a report from our CEO Scott.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. We should bring up the slides, please. So good morning, everyone. To the Board of Commissioners, resident leaders, residents, and participants, as well as members of the public, welcome to the first slide, please. Yeah. Welcome to our September meeting. It's been a very busy summer, and based on the length of today's agenda, there's even more to come. So I'm going to move through these as rapidly as I can, but we do want to make sure that we're highlighting some of the things that are going on at the agency. First, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the residents at Horner West Haven, Villages of West Haven Tower, and all the residents around the United Center. During the DNC, these residents were in the security perimeter and endured many inconveniences and disruption in their daily lives for 10+ days. So I just want to take a moment to thank you for your patience and helping Chicago look good and welcome the visitors to this major event. So if we can just give them a round of applause. And I also want to thank the CHA team members who worked with the city, the DNC, CPD, the Secret Service, the FBI, everybody else who was working those security perimeters to ensure that our residents had peaceful enjoyment of their homes. So if we can also give a round of applause for our CHA team. So on to the news here. Last board meeting, I said, we won't be humble about superior fiscal management. And in July, Fitch released its ratings for CHA as AA- stable. And yesterday, hot off the press, Standard & Poor's also rated CHA AA- stable. So that's worth a round of applause. Under both rating methods, CHA has maintained the highest rating a housing authority can obtain. So kudos to our CFO, who's Mike Moran, who's not here today, as well as Treasurer Shiwei Zhou, and for their leadership, and to the entire finance and treasury teams for the work that they do. Another round of applause, please. So a few development highlights. Quickly, there was a ribbon cutting at Paseo Boricua, where we have PBV's, a property near Humboldt Park. There also progress continues at the National Public Housing Museum in Little Italy. When complete, the museum that is focused on housing will also have 10 housing units. This work is part of the Roosevelt Square 3B phase, which will build over 200 units in total in this West Side neighborhood. And then Grace Manor, as you can see in the upper right there, has made great progress in the last few months since they had the ribbon cutting, and I think will be an iconic building on the West Side and will just lead to more enthusiasm for investment in those neighborhoods. Next, CHA and residents at Dearborn Homes agreed to a partnership with Open Lands, a nonprofit, who will plant 25 trees on the Dearborn Homes campus. And so in 2 weeks, Open Lands Tree Keepers, which is one of their initiatives, and employee volunteers from the United Airlines will be on site planting trees. They also are encouraging jobs in the outdoors, and so there will be a lot of effort to make sure that residents are aware of job opportunities when it comes to green space and forestry. Also in 2 weeks, CHA will receive 3 more awards from the NARO, which is the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, for Level Up, our family self-sufficiency program, Become a Filmmaker, and Lawson House, an SRO of over 400 units for formerly homeless individuals up on the north side. Yes. Let's give a round of applause for those awards. Thank you, Mary. Highlighted here, 760 seniors danced to music around the world at the annual Senior Music Festival. And CHA residents, staff, and families participated in the Bud Billiken Parade. We had quite a contingent out there with, you can't quite see that picture, but holding the sign for CHA are 3 young women, I say young women, girls, who came up with a whole dance routine, and they did that almost the whole way while we were walking in the parade while they were holding the sign. I think they also put something on TikTok too. All right. Next, tallying the participation in educational and workforce development experiences this summer. Just in the slides I'm going to show you, we had 1,700 residents participate in various activities, plus 2,248 youth participated in the summer youth employment, and 2,500 youth and other residents participated in LAC Fun Days, which you'll hear more about later. So highlighted here is one of those events. On August 6th at Guaranteed Rate Field, CHA celebrated 200 high school seniors who were headed to college at our annual Take Flight event, which is a trunk giveaway. Special thanks to our sponsors, including AT&T, who provided new laptops for all the students. And we also highlighted the schools they were going to, and more than half of the students are attending schools in the state of Illinois, many of them on full scholarships. So that's worth a round of applause too. Okay. This is going to be like church, so I'm just asking you to applause. In the end of it's the end of the summer, and so I'm pointing out that our summer jobs program, the summer youth employment program, we ended the summer with 2,248 youth that were hired, earning over $2.8 million in wages, and we increased our participation over previous years. Highlighted here are two new programs that we started this summer called Peace Players, which is a basketball leadership program for male youth ages 13 through 15, and then a boxing and STEM program. Now, I never would have put the two together, but boxing and STEM, where participants were building their boxing skills and then learning about the science behind boxing. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, destroying their brains, okay. but however we can get youth engaged, we're going to do it. So, also new this year, 31 youth will continue working after the summer. And so this is consistent with the mayor and the city's goals around providing year-round youth employment opportunities. And so we're pleased to say that we will have 31 youth who will continue working. Next slide. With the help of CHA staff, 248 residents accessed food support through a new initiative called Good Food at Home. Participants received a free 4-month Instacart membership with reduced fees and free delivery, along with $60 per month in produce credits for 3 months. And I look forward to reporting out later how many residents were able to take advantage of this. And anybody who's listening and is not aware of it, you certainly, you can see us. And then our semi-annual Level Up graduation, pictured here in the top right corner. On July 20th, 73 participants graduated, earning over $500,000 in matching funds for their goals, to meet their goals. And that included new homeowners, new associate, bachelor, and master programs. And our keynote speaker was, as I said there, I'd just like to say, is there a doctor in the house? Because we have a doctorate graduate. Dr. Natalie Williams McMahon earned her EDD, and she's president of the Can and Will Help Foundation. So stand up again, please. Take your round of applause. If you'd like to say something, can you tell us what Can and Will is?
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys for inviting me. I am the president of the Can and Will Help Foundation, and what we do is I give back to my community like this program gave back to me. So a round of applause for you all for your work and your assistance for people like me. And the Can and Will Help Foundations, what we do in my community, I get volunteers and we help to tutor people for GED and ESL. And we also give care packages to the homeless in the West Side community. So please help us out. Visit my website at www.canwillhelpfoundation.org. We do 2 major events a year. The summer one is where we give care packages to the homeless around tent cities and a hot meal. So my husband come out and help me barbecue and pass out hot food to the homeless. And then in the winter, we do a toy drive where we partner with the Cornerstone Center up north, where we give toys to the children. So please donate. We need your help.
Okay,
Thank you.
congratulations. I embarrass her and always call her Dr. Williams. Our work team has been busy organizing job fairs, and so I highlighted this in the July that the job fairs were coming. On July 25th, we had, next slide, please. On July 25th, we had a Construction and Trades Expo. Can we go to the next slide, please? Construction and Trades Expo with 250 attendees, as well as a Career Pathways workshop where over 80 people attended at the FIC. And then on next slide, please. Upcoming events, the Housing Choice Voucher Division is hosting our annual Owner Symposium for current and prospective property owners and managers and those in real estate and those who may be interested in working with CHA and providing housing. That will be on, the date, Cheryl?
September 23rd.
September 23rd, yes. And Operation Warm, our also annual partnership event. Sign up is beginning now if you're looking for winter coats for children. And then Next slide. Work is having an info session on September 18th in order to explain all of the resources that are available to residents and participants to help build their business skills as well as start businesses. And then there is a hiring event on October 3rd at the FIC. And so we encourage anybody, any residents to come to that. And lastly, signups have started for our annual senior gala on December 14th, where they're going to have a funky good time. And this is the only time I can say funky in public. So we look forward to that. So go to our website for any more information or call our new customer service center at 312-815-8500 for more information or to navigate, or if you have questions, we are eager to answer your call and to be of service to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. It's been a busy summer and looks like it's going to be a very busy fall. We will now move into today's board's public testimony for general matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, my fellow commissioners and I look forward to listening to your concerns and giving full consideration to your input. Depending on the questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to the CEO, or who may be able to provide us with an immediate response. We may also direct you to staff so your concern is promptly addressed, or we may need to contact you after the meeting to get additional information. But be assured, we will address your concerns before the next scheduled meeting. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we are going to enforce the 2-minute time limit. Additionally, speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to another person. When called upon, please come to the podium, state your name, the development that you reside in, if that's appropriate, and then identify the group and organization you are representing and state your concern. All comments must be addressed to me and not individually to members of the board or the CHA staff. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is strictly prohibited. And disruptive behavior includes but is not limited to personal attacks, abusive, threatening, or intemperate language, and refusal to abide by the time limit set forth in the public participation rules. Understanding that disruptive behavior impedes conducting board business in a timely manner. And if we're unable to conduct board business, we'll have to recess or adjourn the meeting to allow the removal of those individuals for egregious breach of order. Today, we have a total of 9 registered speakers who will comment on general CHA matters. The following order is the order that the speakers will be called. We will have Edmund Vasquez Sr., Otis Thomas, Donna Vassar, Reverend Randall Blakey, Rosetta Randall, Arnitra Jackson, Jenny Newsom, Mike Sullivan, and Irene Harris. Responses to comments presented during public participation will be posted on the CHA's website. If you have any written materials, please give them to our board secretary, and she will distribute the copies to the full board. As a reminder, during this session, we will entertain general comments from the public on any matter except voting items listed on committee and/or board agenda. So our first 3 registered speakers are Edmund Vasquez, Otis Thomas, and Donna Vassar, in that order, please. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes.
Good
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edmund Vasquez, also known as Brother Jeremiah with Real Talk Radio, LLC, 9830 South Avenue H, Chicago, Illinois, basement apartment 60617. I'm addressing the board in regards to, as requested on numerous occasions, I, Edmund Anthony Vasquez Sr., am requesting that with Real Talk Radio LLC, am requesting, also known as Brother Jeremiah, by the way, am requesting that all my documents be sent to me. I'm sorry. By law, Chicago Housing Authority is required to send all our documents to us when requested. Do policies overturn the law? Your policies do not overturn the law. In fact, it does not matter if your company is CALIA certified, private owned, or whatever your company classifies as. You are required to obey the constitutional law. And your policies are put into place to attempt to take away people's constitutional rights away while they are under duress.
30 seconds remaining.
Especially when we are put into a situation that has put us in these conditions under a systemic racist system. Why must I have to take Chicago Housing Authority to federal court just to resolve issues that should have been handled before all these issues have occurred? Why wouldn't our unlimited credit grants kick in?
Your time is up.
Can I have a few more seconds?
I would like to hear you finish, please.
Okay. Why would our unlimited credit grants kick in while these consumer transactions were and are being implemented by your company, which has received and possibly still is receiving funds on our behalf? Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. He who has passe during these times of impasse is the new passe. If you guys don't know what that means, I'll be glad to tell you what it means. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. May I ask you an additional question?
Yes.
Have you worked with staff in the past to get the document you requested?
I have, and I've asked, my case was suspended because I enforced my constitutional rights. And it was during the pandemic, or during the time when they had us locked up inside the house, inside our facilities during the quarantine. I invoked my constitutional rights. I invoked my First Amendment, my Second Amendment, my Fifth Amendment, and all the constitutional rights. But because Chicago Housing Authority are ran by policies, and it seems like the country is being ran by policies as well, that they're attempting to remove our constitutional rights as a people. Now, I don't agree on certain constitutional amendments, but we are the people, and we have the right to defend ourselves. And when these policies are put into place, it takes away rather than allows us to implement our own well-being, as I should say. Again, my name is Brother Jeremiah. I'm with Real Talk Radio, LLC, and I thank you guys.
And if you could just wait 1 minute, because I do
Yes.
want the CEO to respond, please.
Thank you.
Well,
What documents he looking for?
Excuse me, may I ask?
yes.
What documents are you looking for, Brother Jeremiah?
I'm just looking for all my documents because I've been asking for the documents so I can receive all the names that was handling our case. And I have requested this on numerous occasions.
You're
I've
looking
been
for
told-
records of the hearing?
So just for clarity, I believe you're asking for your property management documents.
All my documents, and it's because there's names that I have to, I had to go to the federal courts, and they asking for names. So I don't know all the names. So as I've been asking, because my case was
Suspended.
our case was suspended due to the fact that we invoked I believe it was the 14th Amendment right, which allows us to do so when workers or whomever it was sent to, or contractors who were sent by Chicago Housing Authority came into our facilities. I was even evicted illegally by the sheriff's department. My possessions were burglarized and everything. I still have not received none of my possessions when it comes to this as well.
So
I'm-
thank you for your testimony. We will have someone speak to you today from property management before you leave here.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Otis Thomas, and then afterwards will be Donna Vassar. Mr. Thomas?
Good morning. Good morning. Before I get started, I want to know if I can make an apology to one of the people that work for CHA before my time gets started. Lauren Green from the Section 3 I gave him such a hard time. I thought he'd be here today, but he wasn't here to hear this. So if somebody see him, let him know that Otis Thomas apologized for the hard time I've been giving him for like 2 years. So
Thank you.
I came here today. Wow, my minute it just started. Okay.
Okay.
I came here today to talk about Lace-Up Homes and the issues that we're having. And I know there's an anniversary coming up with the change program in CHA. In the beginning, all the residents that lived under development, they had the opportunities. When it came to Lace-Up, in 2021 late, it seemed like Lace-Up Homes to Caprini Green, it seemed like now all of a sudden that the residents can't get hired there like the other residents had their chances. They made changes in their lives when they worked through the whole phases. And that's not fair. And with this anniversary coming up, I would like to be there and speak there about that. And another thing with Lace-Up is that I only got 2 minutes, but I ain't got that much time, but we're having an issue with the management over there. And I know last meeting, somebody said something about why CHA just don't have an office over there. We have a group called Lace-Up Leadership Group that has so much information that we had to go to their meeting to find out they're about to shut down the Family Works offices in all the developments. The Boys and Girls Club, that's about to shut down. We had to go to Logan Swear's Lace-Up Leadership Group
30 seconds
that
remaining.
seem like they get more information. They meet with y'all more than we do. How's that possible? So, and I'm gonna let you know right now, they don't speak for me. They don't speak for me. I don't know about any other residents, but they don't speak for me, and I should be there at every meeting that they have with CHA. But back to that construction and Lace-Up, the residents should be the first ones. And because in the beginning, none of those residents in the beginning had skills that worked in Ablo in the beginning,
is
South
up.
Side. It seemed like when they came to the up north, where Caprini Green and Lace-Up, it's like we got taken advantage of. And now I'm the only resident that's in the union, labor union. I was told I was too old by Tenant Ventures, 55 years old. Miss Tang, I came to you all and I told you all about it. I'm still waiting for somebody to give me the answers. What did she say that or not? That's not fair what she did to me. This time, I think y'all should put your foot down on this hiring thing and let the residents, since this late the last run, let us run getting these jobs. And so that way, if we want to stay in Latham, we'll stay. We want to go, we can leave. And the same with Caprini Green. And the south side of Latham, that need to be 100% CHA because you did it for Henry Horner, you did it for Caprini Green, and a couple more places that you have certain parts that's all CHA. Because you're getting these complaints about the management's office that you're leasing these properties to, how they're giving eviction notices. People in Latham are getting stressed out. You got women over there crying because they got eviction notices. And we don't have leadership. We don't have a leader over there. So I'm putting my name down if I can get any help that I want to be the spokesman for the Latham Homes residents, Otis Thomas.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Thomas.
have like maybe like 4 more people that I would like to join. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
All right.
The CEO would like to respond. If you'd like to stay at the podium. There was a point that you made about Family Works.
Yeah,
I believe she
Family
wants to
Works.
respond.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Mary Howard, Resident Services. So there is a transition with Family Works. So Related Midwest, because they are one of our mixed income developers and they're running the property, will not have a Family Works office on site. We still are committed to providing services in which we do home-based coaching. But eventually we will not have a physical space, nor do we have that on any other mixed income properties. Lathrop was the last one because of the time that it has taken for that transition into mixed income. But services are still available. They're not going away. But there will not be a physical site there. I don't know anything about the Boys and Girls Club ending, but I will look into that. So.
Thank you. Okay.
The thing is, how did Logan Square find out about this? Lathrop Leadership Group. They're meeting with you, assistance from the mayor, and even the governor. And we can't even get them to come out to listen to our concerns. And they're talking. Logan Square is talking about got blueprint and information on the Lathrop Homes Center that's going to be built over there. That's one reason it needs to be 100% CHA. That south side should be 100% what's left CHA. And how my thing, because like I said, that's not enough CHA units all through CHA. A lot of places that I'm hearing up here over the years, they're saying that the same thing. You made promises that to Abla. They built a soccer field instead of putting CHA units up there. And I was shocked when I saw that. So in Lathrop, if you're going to make up for that, Lathrop would be the ideal place to do that, to make up for units that need to be all CHA, and you put that CHA center there. That way, the residents can also have somewhere to work. Now, the construction job, contrary to rumor, I'm not sitting around the house doing nothing and waiting for a CHA job to work construction. I just worked at BP gas refinery. I was up in the air I was up 240 feet in the air, and I'm scared of heights. And
Thank
I
you,
had
Mr.
to get through
Thomas.
that. I'm just saying, I'm not sitting around waiting for for this to come around. I'm
Thank you
trying
for
to
that
find
point.
work, but the thing is, I don't care if I'm working at somewhere else. But at home, when those jobs come, I should be able to leave that job and have in my bank account $65,000. If I want to choose to move out or get transferred, I should be able to do that. Other people that don't live there getting those opportunities, and I'm not.
Now, your point
That's
is
wrong.
understood. We appreciate the
I heard the same
what
thing.
you've shared.
I know you. I heard the same thing in 2022.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for your comments. I think there was one question. There was a question that was had by one of the commissioners, Commissioner Matanke.
Mary, would you be able to explain why we don't put the physical at a mixed income property?
Sure. So historically, just to kind of set that table, there is not resident representation like we do with the Central Advisory Council and the local advisory councils, because we do not own the properties. Okay, so that, I'm sorry?
Say it again.
We own the property, we don't own the building? We own the land.
Right. We lease it out, so we don't own that property. The buildings.
The buildings.
So in no other mixed income community do we have a family works office. We have one in Lathrop up until upcoming, because the developer and the property manager realized that there was a transition because we still had part of the site as public housing and part of the site as mixed income. As that continues to transition with phases, then they were just like, we can't take this unit offline to have as an office. We need to have it for tenants.
The family works offices in the Boys and Girls Club.
So that,
Or the power station?
I don't know about the power station. The Boys and Girls Club right now has not been an option. We do not have family works offices in any other mixed income community.
When we develop other properties for other developers outside of CHA, we make sure they have all the amenities. We're developing mixed income property. We need to make sure they get all the amenities as well. We can't do one
Understood.
and not the other.
And Bickerdike's involvement in Lathrop is the community.
That you make sure that everything's in place like we have in black and white. We can go out and look at other properties.
Awesome.
We need to make sure that
Absolutely.
something's in place.
So we just
Absolutely.
Starting
don't
yesterday.
have a, we just don't have
Absolutely.
a dedicated office.
That is
department.
correct.
we look out for everybody else but us.
And Madam Chair, could I please?
The-
Yes, Commissioner Parker?
My concern is, the young man said he, came to the board once before. I'm just worried about Section 3, age discrimination. If he's saying that they hiring outside of Lathrop, I just want to know, is Lathrop the residents to go to whenever the construction is being constructed on a site? And that may be for Sheila for procurement, that to make sure that these
We're
folks is
gonna
in
look into that.
compliance with our Section 3 as it relates to residents. Because like he said, residents on the site should have top priority. And if he's skilled in a certain position, then I'm not saying that particular person, but we don't want to overlook our residents that's on site.
Otis Thomas,
Absolutely. We're going to look into that allegation that he was told about discrimination. That would be
Not just
not
the
okay.
allegation, to make sure that even on a look back, that they have been hiring residents from Lathrop while they doing construction. I don't care if it was 4 years ago they did construction. We want to see proof that they residents is the ones getting the job. in
We're going to be
construction.
looking into how their compliance plan played out at Lathrop.
Thank you so much.
gonna look into and follow up and follow through. Usually people look into, they never
Can I
follow
say
through.
something?
We done-
I nearly had to beg for a job in 2022. They gave me a job for only 5 days, Tenant Ventures. And the only reason I had to, because I was almost broke and almost couldn't pay my my union dues and my utility bills. And as for her saying that Bigger Dyke is involved, I went to Bigger Dyke, and Bigger Dyke told me they have no say so in trying to speak and trying to help the residents get a job. I asked them, can they represent me? And they said, no, they don't do that. So as for the property that's owned by, you all own the property on the south side. Don't CHA own the south side of Lathrop? So that's what me and other residents are saying, that we that should, you got a center that's going to be built over there. Give it to the residents, to the CHA residents. And they lied to us over there, and Related lied to us. The residents were not the first to move on that side over there on the north side. On the south side of Lathrop, when they fixed those up, not the tall one, but the other small units that was already there, we was not the first ones to move back over there. They lied to us again. And it need to be an investigation. As for the hiring, Section 3 has nothing to do with that. I went to them with that, and they spoke to me about it. But
So, Mr. Thomas?
it should be, it
Mr.
should be
Thomas,
like,
we do want to make sure that other speakers do get a chance to
Alright.
speak. We do respect everything that you've shared. We are asking for procurement to look into that and to report back to the commissioners exactly what you find. We appreciate that you've brought this to our attention, and it will be responded to before the next board meeting. Yeah.
saw the same thing. There are a lot of residents were being racially profiled, racially mistreated. A lot of black men would tell you they were being sexually assaulted or talked to.
So
I'm not going to say it on here what it was about, because I went through the same thing.
Okay.
So,
It
Mr.
was like
Thomas,
really the-
so again, Mr. Thomas,
Okay.
we respect what you're sharing.
Okay.
We do want, I don't want to necessarily shut you down, but I do have
I know,
to
you got
respond to the
people.
2
Okay.
minute, and we've given you time. So I thank you very much for that. We will have somebody come talk to you, because I would like someone from the procurement group to actually speak with him about some of the other things he was sharing, but we do want to report back from what is discovered from that, okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We'll now have Donna Vassar, and after Donna Vassar, Reverend Randall Blakey. Okay. Ms. Vassar will be using a microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Donna Vassar. I reside at 3983 South Lake Park Avenue, and I'm also the building president there. My concerns this morning is regarding particular residents that reside on our property. I am a person who is also hearing impaired, and I'm not standing before you because I'm sure you see my walker and they're just making it convenient for me. I would just like to briefly play something for you, if you can hear this noise. The
Can
people
you
that,
speak into the microphone more, please?
okay. There is a noise that you can hear that these residents, Layla Benwali, her daughter Victoria McDowell, and their grandchildren are a menace. Let me repeat that, a menace to our property. I am here today representing not only my residence in 83, but also my sister building in 3939, where this particular family has harassed and terrorized people there. I was trying to get my video to play, but it won't play for me on here, that I was in my apartment on a particular incident that happened July 30th. I have spoken to the
30 seconds remaining.
proper channels regarding this. These persons need to be vacated from the property. The daughter has been removed off the lease. I do not understand why she still is let in to conduct these fights with her mother. And it has gotten to the point that it's not only affecting my personal space, but my physical well-being as well
Time
as
is
my
up.
mental.
Thank you, Mrs. Vassar. We're going to have somebody from property management come to speak to you today before you leave. Reverend Blakely? I'm sorry, Reverend Blakey.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and members of the board. As stated, my name is Reverend Randall K. Blakey. I serve as the executive pastor of LaSalle Street Church, the volunteer executive director of the Near North Unity Program, and the current board president for the Cabrini Green Community Development Corporation. I stand before you today for the cause of truth, humility, and justice. The truth of the matter is that CHA has the responsibility and the mandate to provide safe, sanitized, decent, and secure housing for its residents. Humility requires that CHA live up to and own any time it comes or falls short of that mandate. And justice requires that CHA provide measurable and sustainable solutions to those shortcomings. As a human being, and as a human being in general, and a pastor in particular, I have the responsibility of loving my neighbor as myself. My neighbor to the west of me represent those individuals who live in the Cabrini row houses. For the last few months, starting in June, these neighbors have been inundated with all sorts of violence. In August and in June, I should say, and in August, I
30
made
seconds
CHA aware of parties that were going to be had in the row houses by individuals who do not live in the row houses. These parties were to start at 8 p.m. and go, according to the invitation, go into whenever. At the second of these parties in August, a young lady was killed. I started communicating with individuals, residents in the
Time
row
is up.
houses at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. And when I did, the young lady was killed, and there were so many people in the street that the ambulance could not even get down the street to get to the body. I am here today because something needs to change. CHA has to be responsible for the individuals that are coming in and out of their properties. I've made security and CHA representatives aware of these incidents, and I'm committed to being here at every meeting until something changes. It seems to me that CHA should be able to check who lives in these residents and who does not live in these residents. And if you do not live there, you cannot come in and just start a party and just have parties. And I have residents, the oldest of which is Ms. Landry, who is ducking behind cabinets and laying on floors because bullets are coming through the windows. My second concern is that there is a Cabrini Now project happening. In my last meeting with Mr. Rishop and Mr. Andrew, I stated that I'm concerned about all of the asbestos that is in the current row houses that need to be redeveloped. And there has not been a plan for the remediation of that asbestos. And I want to make sure that when that development takes place, that the remediation of that asbestos is not allowed, the dust is not allowed to go into the row houses that are existing, and that proper remediation is done, because I don't know of any developer that's going to pay for the remediation and then turn around and pay for development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll have someone follow up with you, Reverend Blakely. We'll now have Rosetta Randall, and afterwards, Arnitra Jackson. Miss Randall is not here? Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Newsom. Maybe have Arnitra Jackson. And then after that, Jenny Newsom. Ms. Newsom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Arnitra Jackson. I am here from Legend South Gwendolyn Place, and I'm here as a resident. And I'm here because I have sent numerous emails over the last couple of years about issues with property management, issues with building upkeep. It was my understanding that the whole reason for mixed income and the plan for transformation was to not have a repeat of Robert Taylor's Stayway as far as crime. Property management continues to ignore the concerns of residents, and this Saturday at 1:30, let me rewind. My vehicle, as well as other vehicles of residents, have been broken into. We have voiced the concerns to property management. They have taken no actions. This Saturday around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to my bell being rung, and my intuition told me to go check the parking lot to make sure that our cars were not being broken into again. Upon going to the parking lot, I discovered 4 police officers. They were there to recover a stolen vehicle that had been sitting on our property for months. According to our rules of the parking lot, no vehicle should be back there that's not registered with the office. They also should have the appropriate stickers. I have sent emails. I had made complaints. I was told by the property management I'm not the parking police. And so these issues have now led to
30 seconds remaining.
our property becoming a hot spot. And it's like, what do we have to do? Start waiting until our apartments get broken into next? So that's my concern.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. The question that was coming from the floor was, who exactly is your property manager?
We keep switching property managers, but I do know it's the Michaels organization.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Newsom, and then Mr. Sullivan, Mike Sullivan.
Are you going to a ball game?
Good morning, commissioners, and everyone that is here today. I am glad to see everyone's here. I'm here to address a problem about security and sometimes lack of security. Our senior buildings are becoming New Jack Cities of Chicago. We tenants, council members, we are not the police. So what happens is usually the unarmed security guards, they call the presidents down, and I've informed the ones on the south side, you better not go down there. You're not security. I'm not security. The biggest thing is when we call the ESOC number, it takes them 5 to 10 minutes because I've had residents to watch and we have seen different things. I don't know what the property management people are doing about sending these residents in, but look, we got more drug dealers than anybody you ever want to see, and it goes on day and night. And yesterday, my property manager was threatened, not once, but twice. And this was in the daytime. This was before 12 noon. Then, of course, we had a man that OD'd, and they gave him some Narcan, and he came right back. This is ridiculous. You cannot turn our senior
30 seconds
properties
remaining.
into the way that at one time that they used to do the nursing homes. You know you have these convicted people, all right? Everybody's not the same, but the thing of it is like, for instance, we have residents that are blind. They're being taken advantage of. We have residents that have amputations. They are being taken advantage of. And this is from their illegal people that are coming there,
Time is
claiming that they are there to help them. That's all I have to say. But I do know one thing, CHA, you have a problem that is going to be an even bigger tragedy than what happened at Cabrini Green.
Thank you,
Only
Ms.
except
Newsom.
this time, it'll be seniors.
Thank you very much, Ms. Newsom. We'll have Mike Sullivan, Miss Irene Harris, and then I apologize, there was one speaker that was left off. Our last speaker will be Shannon Landhart. I'm sorry, Shauna Landhart.
Good morning, board and public.
Morning.
My name is Michael Sullivan. I was at the May board meeting. After the meeting, I spoke with Madam CEO Tracy Scott and COO Eric Garrett in regards to Madam CEO expressed somewhat happiness that I was on the Sheffield Affordable Project. She congratulated me, which I assured her I wasn't on there. And so she had this bewildered look on her face. She told me to talk to the COO, in which I did, which he in turn said the same thing and stated that he was told, just like she was, that I was on the Sheffield Affordable Project. So they sent me to talk with Ellen Sargent and Ann McKenzie. Well, I had talked with Ann. We're supposed to set up a meeting. July board meeting, I met with Ann and she said we're going to set up a meeting for August, which we did. We walked the Sheffield project on the first week in August. My concern is I walked the job, was supposed to give a proposal in 2 weeks, but due to there was no drawings or anything, I never got that information. But I found out that that's not my project either. Although you all were told that that's not my project, I have to bid against 2 other outside contractors.
30 seconds.
Me being in this program, I've been in this program for a year, and it's just like the JOC program. I'm not getting equitable access to any contracts. So I got to bid against 2 outside contractors. The contractors are already on the project doing the other building because these are twin towers, so they already have an advantage on me because they know what the numbers are. The building is exact. So I'm thinking this is my job, and it's not. I don't know where to go from here. Ms. McKenzie
Time
thought
is
that
up.
this was part of the new general contracting pool, so that's why she called me down there. But she says it's not. I don't know what to do. I'm discouraged. I honestly feel like this torturous interference and depraved indifference that's been placed upon me, because why am I constantly not receiving any of the projects? CHA should be proud that they have a former resident that's the only black fire protection company in the city. I can say that, but I'm not getting equitable access to any of these contracts. Didn't get access to the Roosevelt Square, any of the project, Allgale Gardens project, which is where I'm from. My family being one of the first family to ever move out there. None of the projects, So I mean, this is disheartening. Really, it is. I'm paying insurance. I paid insurance for a whole year. I got a bond. How do I recoup that? And how does not just me, other contractors? No, it's been a year. We got awarded this contract last year, yet I haven't had one project as it pertains to fire protection. I don't know the route to take. So,
Mr. Sullivan, thank you. I believe that the CEO wants to respond.
Mr. Sullivan, I was confused the last one. I thought we had resolved it. I will personally get involved, and we will resolve this in the next 2 weeks. I only say that just to get scheduling. I want everybody at the table when we talk about it, and we'll figure it out, okay?
I appreciate it, yeah, because I want to represent my community where I've come from, so.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. We'll now have Irene Harris.
Greetings, everyone.
Good morning,
Good
Ms.
morning.
Harris.
I stand before you again today as it is unfortunate that this is the only platform to raise your concerns and possibly obtain some form of a resolution, because once you leave a board meeting, then it's back to business as usual, which is you being placed in idle mode. For instance, my questions from the May 21st board meeting have yet to be answered. There's literally no sense of conformity, as 99% of the staff members do not answer their phones and or respond back to emails when you have questions specifically related to your project. Nonetheless, your project will remain on hold until they see fit to decide, which could take up to weeks or a month or so later. Also, on the May 21st board meeting, it was clarified that task orders will be assigned at CHA's discretion when it came to the initial maximum not to exceed amount. With vendor contract amounts already being set in the B2G system for that 1 year and tier ones at $49,999, when does CHA's discretionary measures begin, or when are they put into action? Is the discretion only made to certain vendors, as certain vendors have received more than one task order, or is it tier specific, such as tier 2 and 3 vendors being assigned multiple task orders, or will tier 1 vendors be assigned just one task order per contractual year, meaning tier 1s are capped at the initial base
30
term
seconds
mark
remaining.
for the duration of the contract, or will an amended contract take place? This also affects a contractor's opportunity to graduate to the next tier. You're in a performance-based program, so I'll briefly quote section 2.5D of the contract. In order to be eligible for elevation to the next tier, you must successfully complete a minimum of 5 task orders and have an evaluation rating of at least 4.0 out of the maximum
Time is up.
5.0. Therefore, how can you graduate to the next tier when you're assigned one single task order per year and the contract is for a base term of 3 years? The math ain't mathing. Now, in regard to the e-builder system, the allocated time frame from when your project is entered and when submitting an invoice is ridiculously impractical, not within 30 days. The many steps in eBuilder are not the problem. However, the time span that it takes each person in between every single one of these steps is 1 to 2 to 3 weeks to process, and that's wildly unreasonable. From the construction manager to the Section 3 finance review to the property director to the property deputy chief to AP invoice notification, why is this process prolonged at each step? It'll greatly be appreciated if answers to these questions can be obtained today. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. The CEO is going to respond.
Ms. Harris, I would like to make sure that we have somebody from our COO respond to you during this meeting and follow up so we can understand your concerns. In terms of getting in touch with CHA, I want to encourage anybody, whether you're a vendor, you're a resident or participant, or members of the public, if you are seeking answers, I encourage you to call our customer service center. What we have found is that often folks may have numbers or emails from people who were here years ago or have switched positions and things like that. And what we want to do is to make sure that you come through the customer service center, because then we are logging it, tracking, and so that we can follow up. And that number is 312-815-8500. And so we encourage you to use that if you feel like you can't get in touch with somebody, because we will absolutely be able to do that. But before you leave today, I absolutely want to make sure that we talk with you and sort of figure out where we are on the concerns that you raised, okay? I understand, and if you feel that you're not getting response, Call the customer service center. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. We'll now have Ms. Lanhart. She'll be our last speaker.
Thank you. And Ms. CEO Tracy Scott, the people are not just uncomfortable during the DNC, they're uncomfortable year-round living in CHA housing conditions with these poor management companies, rats, roaches, everything in between all year round, not just during the DNC. And specifically, management companies such as Eastlake Management. In a recent incident that happened on 9/9, myself and a few other women who were here were sexually assaulted by their doorman who they pulled off the alley, and he was there for 3 days, rubbing all up on me and other women in the building. He's done this every single day he was employed. Like I said, he was only there 3-4 days when I was there. And that's also why my name wasn't on the list, because they were trying to address it in the back. He continued to follow me, harass me, blow Newport smoke in my face, even after I told him to leave me alone along with the other women. This is what's going on in CHA assisted housing. The other thing is these seniors, as you see on my shirt, I'm part of the Ella Flag Tenants Union as a housing organizer. The seniors come first, and they are not being treated well in these buildings. Seniors need bingo, they need events, they need Bengay, they need galas, but they also need somebody to speak up for them because they are being mistreated in CHA housing. One in particular is Miss Amanda Aaronford, who lives at Ella Flag. She's been there over 20 years, but she has been 30 without seconds hot remaining. water for over 9 weeks. And that is under Hispanic housing. We be having press conferences. We were the ones that got the new washing machines. We're the ones making changes in that building, but it's unacceptable that we have to keep doing this. So I'm coming to the board today to tell you that yes, the presentations are nice, you're doing things for the people, but you really need to do things in these buildings because these residents are not being taken care of. And I applaud every resident here speaking up for their rights. Time is Give up. this man his Section 3 business, give these people their work, and let's residents be in control, not these management companies that y'all keep funneling money to that are messing over the people.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lanhart.
Thank you.
No.
And thank you, Ms. Parker, for speaking up for that man because he needs his Section 3 business.
Ms. Lanhart.
Yes.
Lanhart, yeah,
Yes.
I absolutely want to make sure that you speak with our COO before you leave, because I want to understand where these issues are. Do you have, are you aware of these, of this?
They're a HCV participant. Cheryl, EJ, Leonard, and Glenda actually spoke with them today, and they're working.
They're trying to get them moved, but getting them moved is not going to stop that man from sexually assaulting over 50% of women who live in that 63-unit building in Washington Park SRO. This is a trend. This is not a one-off incident, and I'm included. So moving them, what is that going to do if he's still there and the other men are still there working, sexually assaulting, rubbing up all on women? You want somebody to rub up on your woman?
And this is not a CHA owned building.
It is CHA assisted. Washington Park SRO 5000 South Indiana Avenue.
It's not a CHA, but y'all can report the incident.
Well, yeah, so we will follow up with
Okay,
you,
thank
but I do want to clarify, so this is not a CHA-run building.
No, it's ran by
that's
but you
the-
guys give the subsidy and yeah.
Yeah, but that's an important thing though, because if we don't own it and run it, then we have to work with those owners to move things forward.
You
So
guys
we
are
will-
you guys are in there. It's a 63-unit building. It's a SRO. So they have some units that are PBV and they have some units that are HUD assisted Section 8. So you're in there. There's a case.
Understood, but we're not the owner, so that's
Oh,
why
yeah,
we
he's
have to
like
work. We have
management.
to work with the owner to move forward. But I want to make sure that we have that we're very aware of what's going on, so that we can
And then
move that
also
forward.
you guys employ Eastlake in different buildings also, not just here. So this is not an isolated incident. So
What's the address? I'll come back.
5000 South Indiana Avenue.
One, okay.
What'd you say?
Okay, right down the street.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Come there and let them rub up against me.
Thank you so
Right.
Thank you so much for your comments. I want to not only thank you, but I want to thank all of the speakers for their comments, because you do take out of your time to come down here and make sure that we're aware of things we may not be aware of. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So for all the registered speakers, thank you for signing up again to address the board. All of your there will be responses to each of your comments prior to the next board meeting, whether it might be personally speaking to you like we did today or having a written response. I do want to take a minute out before we do the next thing because it is almost 10 o'clock and I do know that she needs to leave. It's with a very heavy heart that we bid farewell to Commissioner Megan Hart. Today is her last meeting that she'll be with us. Yesterday, our mayor did announce the appointment of 2 new candidates to the CHA Board of Commissioners. Commissioner Hart's term expired in July. However, she stayed on. This is reflective of her selflessness that she's shown during her tenacity and her tenure here at CHA. She remained on the board pending the selection of her replacement. As a board member, the Commissioner Hart has profoundly been dedicated to improving the mission of CHA and has worked tirelessly championing tenant rights. She has been committed to public service, advocating that all CHA families receive access to needed services. Not only is she have a great acumen in mixed finance deals, she's an advocate for self-sufficiency and promoting affordable housing. In honor of Commissioner Hart's 8 years of dedicated service, we have a plaque and a resolution that we would like to present to her. I believe Dr. Harris is going to read the resolution.
Yes, thank you, and I'd like for all the board to stand with me. Whereas the Chicago Housing Authority, CHA, offers its sincere gratitude to Megan Hart, who was appointed to the Board of Commissioners by Mayor Rahm Emanuel on September 28, 2016, and reappointed on May 23, 2018, and who served as the Managing Director of Resident Services at CHA for 6 years prior to her board appointment. Whereas during her time on the board, Megan Hart served as chairwoman of the Tenant Services Committee and has served as a committee member of the Finance and Audit and Real Estate Operations Development Committees. Whereas during her tenure as a board member and as an employee of the agency, Megan Hart worked tirelessly, yes, tirelessly, to accomplish the agency's mission of creating safer, stronger, and more vibrant communities in Chicago. Whereas Megan Hart is profoundly dedicated to championing tenants' rights and improving the lives of CHA residents. And whereas Megan Hart will continue her service to the city of Chicago in her role as the executive director of the Chicago office of the Local Initiatives Support Corporation, LISC, which has a mission to connect neighborhoods to the resources they need to become stronger. And in her capacity as a board member of Special Children's Charities Chicago and as a volunteer coach at ABC Pilsen, be it resolved that the Chicago Housing Authority recognizes the resignation of a public servant who has championed and who is a champion of preserving and building affordable housing in Chicago, and who always acted with integrity and thoughtfulness in every decision that she made, and with her dedication and expertise in business development, government, revenue financing, retail, and industrial economic development, will be missed. Signed, yours truly, Angela Hurlock, Chairwoman in the CHA Board of Commissioners, dated September 12th, 2024. And I say this with tears. I'm really touched because I just want to take you by the hand. Megan Hart is special. And you were sent to this board, and you gave yourself to the people, for the people, for the betterment of the people. And we will truly miss you. And I just want to say personally, I know I will because I've known you for many years, and you've never stopped serving the people. And you will continue, I know, to serve the people here in Chicago, and under the leadership of our very own Mayor, Brandon Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for reading the resolution. We are also giving Commissioner Hart a plaque that reads as follows: Outstanding Service Award presented to Megan Hart as Commissioner of the Chicago Housing Authority and Chairwoman of the Tenant Services Committee, and for your dedication to public service and commitment to transforming the city of Chicago and the lives of CHA residents. This is from the CHA Board of Commissioners dated September 12th, 2024. May we all just give a round of applause for her service.
May I say something?
Yeah. Nope. But before we do that, could we? Say it, right, we do.
All right.
But
She's gonna have to leave.
Pictures first, or can we say how much we're gonna miss Megan?
Right, can we all have a minute or two to say goodbye?
Oh, yes, you will. You will. If we can take a picture quickly, and then you can have a minute to, the commissioners can actually share. Just with her?
No, with the commissioners.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, if you would like to personally share, this would be the time. The floor is open.
Oh, how about I start?
Please.
Commissioner Hart, it's been a true pleasure to work with you. I love your knowledge. I love your caring. I love your needling me. Actually, I'm not so sure about that, but I will very much miss you on this board, and I know we will be working together on other things. Thank you for being here.
Right, yeah.
Commissioner Parker?
I just want to say, as a resident, that's when I met Megan. I was a resident at Allgill, and she was employed by the CHA, and the level of concern and care that she shared for residents is just almost can't be matched, especially by a board member. And so I just want to say I'm grateful to have served with you in under your leadership as chairwoman of the first. The first department that I served under as far as resident services. So we couldn't have had a better leader in resident services because, again, you truly was a great asset to the CHA, great asset to the residents, and a lot of residents might not know it that she's don't say a whole lot, but when she talk, everybody listens. And so if she's not talking out here, when we're in that back room, she fighting for our issues. And so I just want to say I'm really, really going to miss you, and I hate to see you go, but I'm glad you told me I can always call you. Thanks again for your service. Love you.
I would just like to say, of course, I'm always a card person, but I've known Megan for a very long time, and you're the brainchild. You know that. You come with so much wisdom and knowledge and insight, and we will miss that. But I have this card I found for you. It says, as one chapter comes to an end, a new and promising one begins. As you look back on this fruitful season of making a difference through all you've done, may you be blessed with satisfaction as you look ahead. May you be blessed with the new and fulfilling joys in your retirement, because you are special, truly special. And those who will meet you will know that you are special, for you have been chosen. Know that. And keep the faith in knowing that you will continue to bring victory, that you continue to bring joy and life into the lives of those that you will continue to meet. Thank you. And I would just want to say I thank God for allowing you to be in my life and in the lives of those who sit here as witnesses. I want you to know that this is a great woman who has been with us for many years here at CHA. And you'll be missed, but we know that you'll always come back to be with us and share with us the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding that you have. But truly, you're one of the brainchilds of this city. You'll see. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Also, just wanted to thank Commissioner Hart for all of her time with us. We've been very lucky. Prior to even joining the board, she's committed her time, her passion to the city, to the communities, to neighborhoods. It's part of how she's wired. And so to have her with us on this board has just been a blessing. We've been a better board significantly because of you being with us on the board. And the public sees and hears what she says here, and she'll a lot of times sit and listen and then ask that one stinging question that gets to the heart of the issue, or that the heart of what people care about. And that's who she is. She does the same behind closed doors. She is authentic, and it's been, I'll talk to you, you are authentic, and it's really been a pleasure working with you, sitting next to you. I've learned a lot, and we'll certainly miss you being here. So thank you for everything.
Commissioner Washington?
Okay, go ahead, but thank you.
He went first.
I went first.
Did you want to say
I
something, Luis?
I can go.
Okay.
I just want to say a sincere thank you, Commissioner Hart. I think everybody who's taken the time right now to thank you has used similar words. True advocate, true heart, intelligent, uses your position. You use your position to uplift people. I am the newest commissioner on the board, and you were one of the first ones that reached out to me and talked to me about, how things go here, and you've taught me so much in the little time that I've been here. I'm truly, truly grateful to serve with somebody who I consider to be an advocate of the people. I will miss you on this board dearly. I think you're a fantastic person. I know this is not going to be the last time I work with you, but I am truly blessed to have met you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Megan.
Francine.
I was already sad when I walked in this room. There are some people that you love and know everybody, but there's some people that you truly miss. You will be one of them. I remember when you first came to Authority, and you had Mary House position of resident services. You was a breath of fresh air. You've always cared for the residents, and as commissioner, I think you did an excellent job. And if you're watching this mayor, she needs to stay on this board. You're truly gonna be missed. There's so much I can say, but we're gonna always be in touch. And I hate to cry. I really do, but this is a sad occasion for me.
It really is.
But I don't cry for nothing. And I don't believe in Indian givers. Megan gave my ID. She gave it to me, so I'm not giving it back.
CEO Scott, did you want to share anything?
I just can echo what everybody said and add to that, if I can call you Megan now, Commissioner. Thank you for welcoming me when I came just a few years ago and really helping to guide me and provide me knowledge and history around CHA. That meant a lot, and I'll miss our breakfast. So, wishing you the best, but I know you'll be around.
And Commissioner Hart, I didn't know if you wanted to share anything.
Sure. So I'm glad I made you cry, Francine, because when we worked together, you made me cry a lot.
But you got it. But you got it.
I want to thank the board. I want to thank the CHA staff, but most importantly, I want to thank the residents. Working at CHA changed my life. It taught me humility. It taught me compassion, more compassion. You know, at CHA, my kids took some of their first steps in the developments, in the offices. So CHA is always going to be part of my life. So I'm not here and I don't want to go, but I will be here in a different role in however I can serve. And so I want to thank the residents. I really want to thank resident leaders. I started with Francine and Deborah, but back to Miss Wiggins and Miss Dennis and Miss Wiley and Miss Baldwin. They all taught me so much about how to be a human and how to recognize other humans and how to make sure that everybody gets, as my dad would say, everybody gets what's coming to them, but everybody deserves a good quality of life, a great place to live, and a great place to raise their families or be part of a family. So thank you. Thanks, residents, for putting up with me, helping me learn, but also helping me help.
Thank you.
So Megan, I know I speak for the entire board, the CHA staff, and everyone whose lives you've touched with your CHA tenure. You're truly going to be missed. One last round of applause for Commissioner Hart, who I believe is going to have to leave us at this point in time. So now we will move on to committee reports. I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Brewer, Chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee, who will present his report.
I just want to say, Megan, before you leave, can we all just stand and just applaud her for her work? Yes. Everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I misspoke. The next thing that we're going to do is, I believe Catherine Lewis from the CAC staff is here. We're going to have you come up, and if you wouldn't mind doing an introduction, you have a special video that you'd like to share? Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lewis Brown. I work for Resident Service, the LAC, and the CAC under the leadership of Francine Washington and Michael Mouse. We're going to play the video first, or,
Yes.
or you want me to read first?
However you'd like to do.
Okay, I'll read and then we'll play the video. Okay. I am thrilled to announce the success of our recent back-to-school event for Chicago Housing Authority families by the way of the local advisory council team. This event was more than just a celebration. It was an opportunity to provide support, joy, and a sense of community to our youth and their families as they prepare for the new school year. We had bouncy houses, games, carnival rides. These activities offer children a chance to have fun, engage with their peers, create joyful memories in a lively atmosphere. We had petting zoos that provided an opportunity for kids to interact with animals, fostering a sense of wonders and a connection with nature. We gave out gift cards and laptops, valuable resources to support our families and enhance educational opportunities. We did raffles. The exciting items that we gave out were TVs, video games, household supplies, and appliances, added an element of fun
Take your time.
had added an element of fun. There were vendors there showcasing local businesses and services, enriching the event with a diverse era of options for families. We gave out book bags, school supplies, diverse of food options. We had DJs and a living and live entertainment. We gave out snowballs. We did face painting. 12 families from Abla Home will have furniture purchased by Abla LAC office to receive upon moving into their newly rehab units. Come on. All right. We also work with Chicago Fire and CAPS to engage with our youth and entertaining them. Local elect officials, including aldermen, senators, and state representatives, also join us in celebrating and supporting our community. Each of these events is carefully chosen to not only bring joy, but also to underline the importance of education in the community support. By blending funds with particular support, our goal is to provide an environment that instills a sense of self-pride in our youth, the importance of returning to school. And we demonstrated that school is not just for work, but it's also about fun and community. Now we're going to show a video of some of the activities that happen at our different developments.
Thank you so much for that Fun Day video. I will now present a motion to recess the regular meeting of the board. May I have a second? All in favor say aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the regular board meeting is recessed. We will return to our regular board meeting at the end of the committee meetings. I will now turn over the gavel to my esteemed colleague, Matthew Brewer, Vice Chair and Chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 12th Finance and Audit Committee meeting. My name is Matthew Brewer, Chairman of the committee, and now I'll call today's meeting to order. The board secretary will take a roll call to establish the quorum.
Commissioner Washington,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hart, Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Madam Chair, we do not have a quorum with Commissioner Hart leaving.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Through the
What are our
items.
options?
Go through the items.
Can you come up?
I'm sorry, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. In light of us not having a quorum, we'll proceed with reviewing each of the agenda items. And rather than voting in the committee, we'll wait and vote at the board meeting instead of within the committee meeting. So with that, we'll proceed. Let the record reflect that Chair Herlock and Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, and Parker are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum. The first matter for approval is committee meeting minutes. Draft meeting minutes for the Finance and Audit Committee meeting was included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the July 16th minutes?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? If we don't have a quorum, how can you take a motion and a vote?
Oh, that's fair. So no motions. Thank you, Matenki, for your vigilance as a non-member.
Just want to keep you on the straight and narrow.
All right. So with that, let's just, we do have these minutes, but we'll do that in the open board meeting. But we do have a total of 9 items on the agenda for today. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by the commissioners. Items number 1 and 2 will be discussed in closed session and voted upon in later in open meeting with the rest of the items. In the absence of Mike Moran, our Chief Financial Officer, items 3 through 5 will be presented by a financial team of Sansom John, our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, and Shiwei Zhou, our Treasurer. You all can come to the front, and we'll start with item number 3, which is an authorization to execute a third amendment to the line of credit facility. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Morning.
Good morning,
morning.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, and good morning, CHA and everyone. My name is Shiwei Zhou, the Treasurer and part of the Finance Division.
I'm Sansom John, Deputy Chief in Finance, sitting in for Mike Moran. Good to see you.
Speak up.
Oh, sorry.
It's my pleasure being here today to present the item number 3, which is about the authorization for CHA to extend a third amendment to the line of credit facility with BMO Harris Bank. The current facility was put into the place in March 2017 for an amount of $50 million. In 2019, 2 amendments were made to reduce the amount from $50 million to $25 million, and also to extend to an additional 5-year term in January 2019 and July 2019, respectively. So under this board action, we are seeking the authorization to extend the facility to another 5-year term to October 15, 2029. I want to mention the original termination date was July 31st, 2024, and it was extended for 75 days under the extension letter agreement to October 15, 2024. So we also seek the authorization to increase the total amount back to $50 million. All other terms and conditions remain the same as documented in the original credit agreement signed in 2017. The line of credit has not been used in recent years due to CHA's very strong cash position and sufficient liquidity. As CEO Scott mentioned during her presentation, she shared very good news of our very strong double A minus credit rating by Fitch and S&P. And there's 3 categories where we actually obtained extremely strong, which is considered as the highest ranking. One is the management and the governance. The second one is liquidity management. And the third one is debt management. To maintain a line of credit with a BMO bank is a part of that overall liquidity and debt management strategy. And it also reflects a very solid relationship, long-lasting partnership with a BMO bank, and that provides CHA with the financial flexibility and the security of a financial cushion, especially during the interruption or emergency situations such as government shutdown, which happened in late 2018 and early 2019. So we could have the additional liquidity to ensure there's no disruption to our day-to-day operations. Therefore, our request for the board authorization to execute this third amendment to the line of credit with a BMO bank. Now I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Xue. Are there questions from the commissioners?
Even though we can't vote on today, only way I would prove it was earmarked for something specific, not just open end, not just in case. Because we told they had a lot of money, now there's a lot of things that ain't done. We may reach in there and spend that money on something that's trivial to me.
Sir, may I ask you to repeat the question? I could get cut off a little bit.
Even though we can't vote on today,
We vote.
I wouldn't vote on that we earmark these dollars to something specific, not just open ended, not on the just in case. We've had money that came to authority for HUD, and we used it just in case, and a lot of things on hold to next year that should be done this year. So I'd like for this $50 million to be earmarked for something specific, so no one can touch it unless something specific occurs.
Absolutely. The line of credit facility to be put in place actually reflected to a number of benefits. I'm going to keep it at a high level. So first of all,
Understood that. But do you understand me? All these is just in case and what ifs. Ain't nothing specific.
well, in the just-in-case situation, is really we have done the 3 years historical analysis and to develop a baseline of our monthly cash flow, which is approximately 90 to 100 million. That includes our HCV program, which on a standalone basis would mean approximately $50 million on the both revenue and expenditure side. And then we look at that, we have a plan, or say as a part of the best practice, this is not just for CHA, actually for any companies, to maintain that level of liquidity to reflect approximately 3 to 4 times of our monthly cash flow to address the situation at a broader level to ensure that liquidity exists for CHA's operational needs and success, but also address the specific situation.
We get money for operations. We earmark money every year for certain things to go on in authority. Is it never gets done.
No, I got some I got to say.
We have a lot of stuff that never gets
I got
done.
some I got to say.
Right,
Oh.
So,
I'm not
Commissioner,
going
if
nowhere, Joe.
if I might,
You put your hand,
just
we're gonna have a problem. I'm telling you right now. They're not allowing us to speak, so we get a chance to speak like everybody else. I go on the internet, I can't get up here to speak. So I got something I got to say.
Okay.
About this
Y'all done did all that. That stuff ain't working for us. Y'all making sure that y'all don't allow us to speak. You're having these programs.
Between the CEO. There's a process to sign up. You know the process, sir.
There's a process.
We should be able to sign up, come in here and speak.
Well,
All that on the internet, it ain't working. We blocked out on the internet. So you go on the internet, put your name in, you still don't speak. So what I'm supposed to do? Check me, partner.
Hey, Paul, with all due
Hey, you
respect,
got something else you want to say?
these funds. So the line of credit really looks like a savings account for us. That's no money until we actually pull it, so we don't, but what, any time we would pull from that line of credit, it would be based on, it would be within our budget. We're only trying to make a contingency plan, so if for any reason there was an interruption of funds for our regular operations that are already in the annual budget, that we would have a way to pay bills, to pay employees, to pay landlords in the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So it's not a separate kind of thing. It's not over and above what the board already approves in the annual budget.
No, it's not. It's not over and above. But looking at the budget every year, and stuff still not being done, deferred to next year, like it's in Cop Mod somewhere. But the money that we have at hand, nothing is being done.
Understood, but
So I
this is not
laying around
for
that we have to pay
that.
back.
This isn't for the
This
the
isn't
annual
extra
budget.
money that's been allocated by the federal government toward our budget. This is money so that we can provide for fiscal conservancy and keep that credit rating. We're not spending extra. We didn't
I'm
just
saying
get
I don't mind if
50.
it's earmarked for something specifically. It's not earmarked for anything specifically.
Yeah, no, it's just for cash flow so that if we have an emergency situation because we don't get the money that we're supposed to get from our funding,
Doing $50
we
million.
can.
If we're doing $50 million, if that's where it's gonna go, then for one thing should be touched, it should come before the board first.
Chair Hurlock.
If they ain't come before the board, then hey, you do anything you want to do with it.
Per our cash management policies, there is a committee that reviews any major
read.
pull of that. But all of this is within the authority that the board has given us for the budget. It's not above and beyond that. And so
I looked at the audit report, I already know, but although the audit report looks fine, it's not. The auditors only get for what they see was given them at hand. They're not out there, not looking around. What's going on, it can be disputed. So I wouldn't do that.
So
I wouldn't.
what I hear being said is that while there's an ability to pass to increase the line of credit, what's being asked is that before it is used, that it come back before the board. That's what I hear.
Yeah, and I think that that could be difficult, all right? So again, the treasurer's position and obligation is to make sure that the agency has enough cash flow to meet the requirements and under the budget. So they don't do anything outside of the budget. But for instance, if we had an interruption in funds from the federal government, which is very likely in an election year can happen because of elections, we would need to make sure that we can make payroll, that we can pay landlords and so on. And we might have enough cash for 1 month or 2 months, but then if, in fact, we needed it for the third month, we might have to sell a security that isn't matured, which we take a penalty on that, which affects our financial position. And so rather than doing that, we could pull upon the line of credit immediately to make sure that we make payroll and so on and so on. So I do want to emphasize that this is not a particular project or anything.
For the board, then I ain't going for it.
So may I
Let's
ask
don't
a
get nothing
question?
no way.
Isn't it true that any spending from that line of credit would be in line with the budget that the board has already approved?
That's correct.
All right.
And so the earmark to some degree is already, I mean, there's no spending that's going to happen.
Something in
inconsistent.
black and white. Black and white could be changed. And we
May I-
have computers now, so you just backspace a little bit.
May I ask a question?
I'm
Chair?
talking from my point of view, from what I know, being part of this establishment.
Commissioner Matenke?
CEO, the line of credit is designed to carry us if we have no funding for 2 months, correct?
No.
At least 2 months, 3 months?
Well, it
Approximately. So let's say,
depends, yeah.
let's say
If we-
there's
if we
just
run out of
no
money,
money.
That's one.
It'll be 2 months. And typically, Treasurer, do we normally have 2 months of available cash flow to begin with?
That's correct.
So if we are presented with a resolution that specifies that we typically will have the 2 months, and that if we, for some reason, need another 2, the board can agree by resolution to approve expenditures that are done pursuant to the approved budget, and that might address Commissioner Washington's concern.
But on that point, I'm seeing that the goal is 3 to 4 months. So let's just be specific about what, like the number of
Yeah,
months.
but let's put it in writing, and would that
If I could
satisfy you?
offer what we have done in the past when we thought that we were going to pull from the line of credit, we have let the board know that we needed to. And I think the way to think of this is a replacement. So the board approves a budget with funding and expenses, and if our funding goes away, the federal funding for a month or so, then we replace it with these funds in order to meet the expenses. And so the board has, by approving the budget, you've already approved this funding needed to run the operation. But again, what we have done in the past is we usually just let you know if we needed to change that source and replace that funding source with this line of credit or anything else in order to
And then the
make
line of
expenses.
credit gets paid down within a certain period of time when the funding resumes.
I
Exactly.
understand all that, and I know what I'm saying. I understand that.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I interject one more time? I would say that
For the board.
while we are voting to approve, and this goes along the lines of our budget that we've already voted for, I do think that it's very customary, and it's what I'm used to seeing, is that before a line of credit is actually pulled down on, the board is notified and does agree to allow that to be used.
We don't
And
have to
so
be
if we're
notified,
looking at
yes.
3 to 4 months out, we normally should have a reserve of at least 2 months. We meet every 2 months. That shouldn't seem to be difficult to make sure
Notify.
the board is made aware and then can move forward.
Money is
Yeah, thank you.
disappearing too fast.
We can certainly reflect that into our process. You know, from liquidity management standpoint, I just would like to echo CEO Scott's comment. This is not something out of the ordinary or stay outside of the budget. It is purely reflected as one of the underlying funding sources. In fact, in order to meet the budget requirements from both revenue and underlying expenditures perspective.
I understand that. I understand what ain't happened with the revenue that we already have. Too much is being deferred to next year. That was in the budget for this year. So what's happening to the monies?
Yeah, sure. And from the overall liquidity standpoint, as I mentioned, CHA has a very strong cash position, right? We're very liquid, and that's reflected with a very high credit rating. And we do, out of our total investment portfolio, on an average basis, which consists of cash equivalent investment.
So if we have a very strong cash flow, then it wouldn't be no problem putting it in there, right?
but
It wouldn't,
here-
it shouldn't be a problem then
You
if
hear
our
me
cash
out.
flow is that strong.
Here, the practice, we're looking at approximately 3 to 4 months, as I
mind's
said,
made up.
as the best part of the best practice. And when we look at on a monthly basis, we may need, by taking HCV operations out, we still require that 50 million on an average basis in order to keep CHA
I didn't say we,
operations
excuse
floating.
me, I didn't say we couldn't get the 50 million.
Right.
I said on specific stipulations.
So if I might,
Scott,
Mr. Chair, so the board also has before you the investment and cash management policy. Would I, if I could offer
And we
that
wrote that
we
as in black and
take
white, we could
the,
change it.
that we take the, that we make sure that we have language in the investment and cash management policy consistent with other items that are in here where we are informing the Audit and Finance Committee chair. Because that has been the usual practice. If we're making anything between board meetings or need to, that the Audit and Finance Committee chair, yourself in this case, would be informed and consulted with. And that would allow, because in some cases, I think the timing is critical. And we can change the policy for the board's approval.
Yeah, and then we typically wouldn't draw the line of credit until we feel our cash and a cash equivalent, the funds we have in hands would not potentially meet the operational needs, but it need to be ahead of time, especially in light of the emergency situation. We wouldn't have a month to react in
Well,
terms
they
of
could call
draw
the
down the
commissioners
line.
at the-
But we can take that order
If
in
they
terms
be,
of
they could
how
just
we-
call the commissioners.
Yeah, so
We down, all of us down the street.
What I think I'm hearing is there's a need, potentially a need at times, to be able to access this line of credit in a way that doesn't lend itself to waiting a month or two for our next board meeting.
We don't have to have a board.
Well, let me finish. But at the same time, there's a need, a desire to make sure the board stays informed on when and how and for what reasons we're accessing the line of credit. And we've had this line of credit for years, and there hasn't been a reporting requirement in this way to the board. So, we haven't used it.
No.
Well, there we go. All right. So, can we vote on something that kind of strikes a balance between those two, where there's information coming to the board, and obviously we respect that there could be circumstances where you need to, where we don't have the luxury of waiting till the next board meeting.
Sure, absolutely. And we have the Treasury Committee, which Seal Scott, CFO Mike Moran, and the General Counsel, myself, are the members. And we actually meet on a regular basis. And for this type of a drawdown of the line credit, it wouldn't be at a treasurer or Treasury's discretion. It would be obviously seeking the internal approval. And through that process, the board would be acknowledged and informed on a very timely basis or even ahead of time.
After the fact.
Well, she just said ahead.
Everything is after the fact so far.
All right.
I do want to take a look at the policy, especially the audit.
It's in black and white. We wrote the policies in black
Yes,
and white.
so we're not voting right now on this.
No.
So, do you have any more?
No, everything is black and white. We put it there. We can change it.
Yeah, but if it's in black and white, we got to abide by it.
No, I don't.
I'm saying, well, they do.
No, that we're making a decision now so it can be changed before the decision is made. Correct me if I'm wrong, counselor.
I hope you're wrong.
You hope so you know I'm right.
All right, we're going to move on to number 4. As a reminder, we're not voting on any items right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, item number 4 is with you as well, and it's an authorization to execute contract to provide independent auditing services.
Yeah, good morning once again. Respected Chair and Board of Commissioners, item 4 is to request authorization to award contract for independent audit services to Ernst & Young for an aggregate amount of $4,850,000. That includes 2-year base period of $1,910,000 and 3 one-year options that could be exercised by CEO. This is a requirement by HUD, and audit. CHA needs to file submit auditor statements to HUD, and this is a requirement. The current contract ends at December 31st, 2024, so we are looking for a new auditor's contract.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners on item number 4?
I have with me Susan Wheeler, who's a partner in chief for Ernst & Young, and myself and Susan is available for questions if there's any.
Thank you. Maybe you can introduce yourself and just provide a quick overview for the commissioners.
Sure. I'm Susan Wheeler. I'm an assurance partner, and I'm also the signing partner on the Chicago Housing Authority audit. The audit itself is required by HUD, and I'm sure is required in your bylaws as well, to have both a financial statement audit as well as a single audit, which audits the monies that you all receive from HUD, and then we report under the Uniform Guidance, the Single Audit Act, and present those results on an annual basis.
Thank you. Hearing the presentation and the introduction, do we have any questions from commissioners on item number 4?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington?
Audit us based on the information you have. You audit us based on the information you have at hand, right?
Yes.
So therefore, I give you anything in black and white, then change it later on.
Can you repeat? For some reason, I'm having trouble hearing.
So, I mean, I can give you anything. You audit me based on the information you have at hand on all the documents that I give you.
Correct.
So I can give you any document, then I can change it later on. You come with your audit report.
Whenever we conduct the audit, we do a series of risk assessments on the various accounts. We select. I'm not answering your question. Did you?
Finish talking.
Okay. We perform a risk assessment over the accounts related to CHA. We design our audit procedures related to that risk assessment. We perform a variety of procedures, including independent confirmation procedures with third parties. We look at original documents, invoices from vendors, et cetera, to conduct those procedures. We rely heavily on management to pull together what's called a client assistance package, which is the information that we need. Then we make inquiries of management and review third-party supporting documentation to validate our results. Management then prepares the financial statements. We compare the information in the financial statements back to your all's general ledger, and we report accordingly on financial statements that are prepared by management. I'm not sure if I addressed your question or not.
You answered my questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that's why we got this report. It's a nice report.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I had a question. I just want to know, are there any opportunities for internships?
Yes, so we have been working closely with CHA. We were greatly inspired by attending your Springboard to Success event that was held earlier in the year. And the Chicago EY office has 300 internship positions available annually. We hire 150 full-time staff. These are primarily accounting majors, and actually your website has somebody featured that is a CHA resident that did an EY internship this summer. So our target now is to work closely with your coordinator on this program and to identify college students that are majoring in accounting that are interested in internships at the Big Four firm, and we're excited about doing that. When I brought this to recruiting's attention that we could have direct access to expand our recruiting, we were very excited, and that's for a couple reasons. One is to enhance our diversity within Ernst & Young, specifically Chicago, and also because there is, interestingly enough, a global and international CPA shortage. So the more that we can work with your team in identifying these candidates, and even if they're business majors, maybe we can convert some of them to go into accounting instead of just general business. I think that both parties could benefit tremendously. So we plan on participating in both your Take Flight program. We also heavily recruit on specific universities' campuses within Chicago, University of Illinois, DePaul, and Loyola, I believe. And we will notify your coordinator when we're going to be on those campuses, because generally those recruiting events aren't just recruiting events, but they're also informative, like how to present yourself in an interview. And they're constructive educational type positions too. And our internships are hands-on. You function as an audit staff when you take an internship with us. You're not just working. You're not just doing something over on the side. You're part of a team. That team provides you mentorship. It provides those interns feedback, with the ultimate goal is that we will convert those interns into full-time employees. Obviously, sometimes that doesn't work out for different reasons, but the goal is for those interns to then be converted. So we've outlined a plan to specifically work with CHA, and it does give the firm another opportunity to recruit, especially in times of trying to make sure we're attracting the right candidates. So I think that this is a great program.
I'd like to thank you for your information. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker.
So on your proposed Section 3 requirement, you talked about 3 interns over the winter or the summer, so you ain't got that buttoned down yet?
Right, there would be right. The goal would be 3, but we anticipate that we'll be able to identify more.
And this is something that you're gonna engage in this winter?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I believe that your all's recruiting event is in January. Is that correct? Because that was our goal, was to make sure we did that, and then we were also going to have I will get the schedule for the colleges that we're going to be at to make sure that we start work with your coordinator immediately, and let them know which events we're going to be at, so that they can inform their residents to participate in those events on those college campuses. Because I think that's important too, to give them other networking opportunities, both with their fellow students as well as with professionals.
So my question is, how soon before you start the recruitment? I know you're saying you're waiting on some of the programs we got, but these people could be looked at right now, before we agree on the contract. So I'm saying, how soon would you know before the hire, before the internships could begin? They only during the summer. What's your winter month? What you considering winter next year?
So our winter internship, you're asking, okay, our winter internship, it doesn't generally run, it runs from like January through March.
Okay.
And then the summer internship is like 8 weeks during the summer.
So my bottom line question is, we gonna do it this January, or are we gonna do it in the summer? Picking the 3 interns, when is, how soon is that gonna happen?
I
Pursuant
can't,
to this contract.
I can't specifically, hopefully we would do it this January would be the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions from commissioners on item number 4, we'll move on to item number 5, which is also with you all. Item number 5
Thank you.
is approval. Thank you. Approval of amended and restated investment and cash management policy.
Thanks, Commissioner Brewer. This again is another Treasury item. So for the Treasury investment and cash management policy, we have already made a very extensive update last year, and that was board approved by enhancing the policy investment section, and also adding the new section to cover cash and liquidity management, as well as the debt management, to ensure the full spectrum of Treasury operation being reflected in the policy from overall governance and oversight perspective. So under this board action, we are asking for the approval for the amended and restated Treasury investment cash management policy, and which is considered as a part of the comprehensive annual policy review process. We also review the policy this year and identify some areas in terms of update needs. And most of the line items, are minor updates, but I would like to highlight a few key revisions, if I may. The first one is to add CFO and CEO authorization for the sale of securities as a part of the 2023 internal audit recommendations to really enhance the control and oversight, and as well as for completion purposes, because currently the policy only reference the purchase of security. The reason for that is we actually from CHA investment management perspective, we purchase securities and hold those securities to full maturity. We do not, as a best practice, we do not intend or we have never done any sales of securities prior to maturity. But this update is really to make it complete, to cover both purchase of security versus sales of security. And in the event, under the circumstances, if such need arises, and that require CFO and the CEO's authorization. The second change, revision, is to change the maximum duration limit for the CHA and the CHA LLC investment portfolios from 18 months to 24 months to be better aligned with our internal workflow and process. And typically we develop the annual cash flow and also have the 12 to 24 months horizon under our observation or say management. Another change in this area is to change the maximum maturity of government securities purchased as a part of our investment portfolio from 10 years to 5 years. To shorten that period would provide a better alignment with because that part of the portfolio primarily serves the needs of funding that's associated with our capital program, which is a 5-year, go through the 5-year cycle. And then as a part of the best practice to really enhance the level of consistency. And meantime, actually, it's also addressed in the, we all know market moves up and down. So that would prevent us from investing in the unnecessary excessive longer term by locking down the lower interest rate. And that would hurt the yield as well as the liquidity. The third change is to add the 2-level review and approval for the annual cash flow forecast analysis. This is a part of the policy requirements. So at the beginning of each fiscal year, Treasury Department prepares the annual cash flow analysis, which is also reported to the Treasury Committee, as soon as the analysis is accomplished. That's to Seal Scott, CFO, and the General Counsel by myself. And it is a collective team effort. In the policy, it didn't further specify the process, so we intend to enhance the control as well as the accuracy of the analysis by adding the 2-level review approval process, i.e., the work would need to be reviewed by the director and by myself as the treasurer to approve that analysis. The very last, but not least, key revision is to add capital structure and planning to the general provisions of the debt management section. So in 2023, Treasury has assumed the responsibility for CHA's capital plan structure and planning activities to develop the 5-year capital plan. In 2024, the capital budget and control team was transitioned to Treasury operations to be added as new Treasury function. So it goes hands in hands with the funding and the debt management function with the Treasury to assess the needs, capital needs, as well as the underlying funding and borrowing needs, and to ensure the overall capital project and the financial management process standards, and along with the best practice all put in place, and that would provide the CHA success of the capital plan. So that's all I have for this update and open to the questions to the board.
CEO Scott.
Yes. So given our previous discussion regarding the line of credit, I would like to offer an additional provision that we would add to the cash management policy. So this would be in section 11 C, it would be the new D, which says something to the effect, and we can get the exact language to the board, but for the line of credit, because section 11, by the way, is general provisions of cash management. And so previously it says if you're opening a checking or savings account, who does what and what controls are in place. So we would add this provision that says for line of credit, prior to draws, the treasurer must obtain approval from the Investment and Cash Management Committee, which is the internal committee that Shiwei mentioned, and shall consult with the chair of the Board of Commissioners Audit and Finance Committee prior to the draw.
Thank you, Sue Scott. Any questions?
Yeah, I had a question. Can you explain why we're adding CFO and CEO authorization for the sale of securities?
Sure. To add that, because in the policy right now, it's already put in place, only mentioning purchase of security. That's a part of the process of us on a monthly basis to lay out our investment strategy and i.e. to build the investment portfolio. But it didn't mention, the parts it didn't mention sale of securities. So all I'm saying is, in reality, we never did that. It's also not reflected as a part of the best practice. But, for completion purposes, last year when we completed the internal audit, actually the RSM provided that as a part of their recommendation. It's a verbiage thing rather than substance practice.
So it could be
like
changed.
But my question is the why. Like before, I read the red line version of the document, and the previous version of the document didn't require CFO and CEO authorization for the sale of securities, and this version does. So why does this version add the CFO and CEO authorization?
As I said, it's really for the documentation completion purposes. And from language perspective, it's really not a reflection of the underlying business activity that would entail sales of security. That's not how we manage our investment.
So it's a balance thing. So it does, it's parallel. So in order to purchase, we need oversight and controls. And so we're just saying, in order to sell, then we would also have those same oversight and controls.
Okay, that was just put in there, just like I was talking about number 3, number 4. They just put that in there. It could be changed.
Commissioner Washington, please speak into your mic. I can't hear.
If anything should go wrong, at the end of the day, as a commissioner, we gonna suffer. We should have known. We should be a part of it. That's something they just put in. I just noticed that. So to just put it in, they can just add on to it. You can't just continue to do stuff that's gonna benefit the authority. In this number 5, only see one sentence where it says anything about the residents, everything else about the authority. You put the resident there first, make them think it's about us, but everything's about the authority. We still suffer. Even with this policy, we still suffering. This money's supposed to help us as residents. It don't. We still suffer. Everything deferred. This the 4th quarter. Everything deferred to next year if it gets done. Every year we got to continue doing. You're going to do in 205 what you should have did, and you're going to do in 25 what you should have did in 23. So all this going on, and we're suffering every day. I'm seeing them getting phone calls. I'm out there, I'm looking around, I'm hearing it. Nobody's hearing this but me. At this point, I'm totally frustrated. It can't be business as usual. Nothing happens for the residents. With the job, nothing happens for the residents. We're given something, we're told something. Then when we get to the table, it's a whole new ball game.
All right.
I'm tired of playing today's ball game on yesterday's score. Gonna have to change the way we're doing business. It ain't working. We are suffering. Everybody came in here. Somebody gonna talk to us. Anything gonna be done? No, it's not. No, it's not. And I'm just tired. I'm tired of folks coming to the table back and forth, same thing over and over again. It looks good on paper, it sounds good. Oh, we gonna talk to you later. Talk to me for what? You ain't gonna help me. You're gonna use me to help you help somebody else further their career. We got so many people, so many vendors, so many rules, so many regulations. Ain't nothing working for the residents. Nothing. Nothing. I'm a part of that. I'm a part of what's happening to the residents. I'm a resident. That's the only reason why I'm sitting here. Everything else don't matter. It's about the people in which you serve, which is us.
Okay.
And it ain't happening. We deferred to next year, which will be 23 instead of 24. We catch up next year. There's no money left for us, no vendors, nobody. Where's the money? In black and white, it's in here, it's been spent, but I don't see it, can't follow it. Nobody know where it's at. Something is going on. Remember, I said it first.
Thanks, Commissioner Washington. I want to bring the conversation back to the investment and cash management policy, number 5. Are there any more questions from commissioners?
I
Commissioner
got
Parker.
one when it come down to, and I don't know if this question is could be answered. Like, but when you talk about cash management, when CHA set out they move to work agreement or they put money in the budget for activities, like some of the ones the residents in here talking about, or the people talking about now, we say we're gonna do these activities. How do that, like with debt structuring, how do the finance committee or treasury decide, well, they said they was gonna put this much money in this program, but this money wasn't used for the program, and did that have anything to do with this item?
What happened to the money?
Restructuring? Were you moving money around from one part of the budget to the other?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Parker. Treasury's function is to ensure, right, cash and investment along with the underlying borrowing, right? We have a bond funds, we have a line of credit, which I talk about, are all put in place to support CHA's business need and operations. So to answer your question directly, we are allocating the funds strictly based on our budget plan or needs, and which entails the underlying items, I would imagine, across the entire spectrum of CHA operations that, in fact, is our mission to pertaining the need of our residents, which is our most important assets.
I know what the Treasury Department do. You do that in the beginning, but you don't. Once you allocate, you don't trace the money. You let it go at face value, which ain't happening. You don't trace the money once you let it go to other departments, other places. It ain't there. We ain't getting it. We are not getting the money. I know what your job is. I understand this very clearly. I'm serious.
Excuse me.
All right.
I may be.
Commissioner
may be
Harris?
Changing, yes. With item number 5, my question is, for clarification purposes, does CHA sell securities with this?
Sorry.
The question is, does CHA sell securities?
We don't. I mentioned it several times. That's not our standard practice.
I want to know if we did, and if to whom? If we're selling securities, to whom are we selling them to?
Her
When I
question
say
was,
does
do
it-
we sell securities? And if we do, to whom?
But we don't.
Her answer was that we don't
Right.
sell securities.
But it's not actually to whom. You know, the securities we're talking about is a narrow definition of the security that we purchase to build up our investment portfolio. And then in the policy, it's mentioned specifically in this investment section, as well as the appendix, to have the full list of securities that the CHA can purchase under the HUD guidelines, as well as under the Illinois State Investment Act. So those are restricted at the level as a government or federal agency securities, or we're talking about treasury bills, bonds, you know, Fannie Mae, Fannie Mae, etc. And so they're all highly rated government or federal agencies bonds as a part of the build of our investment portfolio, which is the underlying instruments we invested in, are those securities. To answer your question is when we purchase those securities to build the investment portfolio, but as a best practice, we always hold those investment to full maturity. We do not sell those securities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if there are no more questions, we'll move on to number 6.
Thank you for having me.
No, no.
We need to, that's what I was talking about, that's 3, 4, and 5, we need to change it.
Well-
The chairman of the board on that too, it ain't me, they going to jail, not me. We need to put somebody else, that's all is still in CHA hands, so we just taking up space. We just taking up space. We need to change, they just wrote up, we need to change it.
The
Safeguard everyone. I know what the rules say, we put the rules in there.
my read of it, and I think the CEO was explaining it, is that it probably should have been in there before.
Just putting controls in place.
Because it just has to do with the selling and
I know,
purchasing.
since we just put in there, we just add another line.
To say what?
But the chairman of the board, not all commissioners, but the chairman of the head of the commissioners. So it'd be a true rule, so it'd be a true read policy.
Yeah, though, yeah, I think,
Time brings about a change.
I don't think the chair of the board should be involved in the purchase and
Finance
sale
and
of securities. That's just my.
Well, the financial person,
Yeah, I don't, from a governance
your name should
perspective,
be in there. That's checks and balances. We still got to see if they're doing what they want to do. We need to have somebody to oversee them.
We're approving a budget, and they're not spending anything over or above the budget. This line of credit is merely being put into place as good fiscal management for our credit rating. If something happened, then we would be notified that they're going to spend some of the money. They do not sell securities, and they do not usually buy securities, but if they did, why would we need to get into that? It's not impacting how much we're spending on our people, it's impacting a potential investment. And they're not making investment without qualified investment advisors, and we're not the specialists in
No
this.
investment, Chicago Housing Authority.
Okay, let's go.
Hood. Not poor people, broke people, rather, it's not benefiting us as residents.
I understand, but we're not taking money out of a resident's pocket. The budget isn't changing. This is about the financial stability of the agency.
The budget changes every day. A lot of stuff
Commissioners,
is put in the budget. This year's
the
been
in-
deferred.
Commissioner
A
Washington.
lot of stuff is deferred already to next year that we need now. It was in the budget. We approved
That's
the budget.
about execution of the budget. That is a problem that we should be addressing. This is about cash management, which is not something I'm a skilled.
They put the money in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, the interpreters are unable to hear the conversations.
They can't
So
go fast
we
enough?
need commissioners to speak directly into the mics.
and one at a time, to the extent we're talking over each other. Okay. Well, understood and understood. I don't think we have any more questions on item number 5. And so we'll move on to item number 6, which is an authorization to purchase casualty and professional liability insurance. Mary Howard is not, I have her on the list. But we will receive an overview of this item. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good to see
Commissioner
you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, public. Good morning, residents. My name is Dominic Maniscalco. I'm Deputy Chief of HR. I'm here with Jennifer Mall, our amazing risk manager, who's going to be presenting our renewal for casualty and professional liability insurance.
Good morning, CEO Scott, Madam Herlock, and commissioners. I am bringing to you our annual renewal for corporate liability exposures and professional lines of coverage. I'm happy to present you with a 2% premium decrease overall program. The renewal for the 2024 insurance program, total premium is $775,748, and this is $15,000 lower than the previous year. Thank you. One coverage I would like to point out specifically is our general liability coverage. we had an increase in premium limits from 10 million to a full package of 11 million. But most notably, there's a reduction in the SIR from a $1 million self-insured retention to a $50,000 deductible before that coverage is triggered. So we're very pleased to present you with this program and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker.
So is that a 19% increase? When I say change of expiring when it come down to crime?
I'm sorry?
With the crime, is that, I see it, that's a 19% increase in that rate?
For that one line of coverage, it went from 8,500 to 10,000.
And when they talk about crime, that's just what, incidents happening on our developments?
No, it's monies, internal crime.
Oh. So we ain't had no internal
Would
situation?
that be employee theft?
Employee theft, right.
So
Or just, in general, it's employee theft. It's mismanagement of funds.
So is this going up across the country? Because we haven't had these type of incidents to give us a 20%.
We have not had an increase in this line of coverage for over a decade.
Oh, okay, so it's time.
And
So this is how the market is reflecting across the country. is what you're
Correct.
saying.
We're seeing trending in double-digit increases overall, and we've experienced in this renewal a
Well, we still
significant
did a
decrease.
2% decrease. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well,
Had a
great
question.
news for the decrease across the board. Commissioner Washington?
I just had something to say. It's about time. Gallagher, they had this contract for years, and every year it was going up. There's no way you should have a contract for years. They continue to go up. It should go down. You don't have to do nothing but what you've been doing. Things don't change. So, for the first time, thank somebody for getting a decrease. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Howard.
Thank you.
Well, you didn't do it.
Great. Not hearing or seeing any more questions from commissioners, thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to items 7 and 8, which will be presented by Jennifer Hoyle.
I have a question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jenny.
So item number 7 is a proposed amendment to the 2024 MTW annual plan to include properties and land that are subject to HUD's disposition process. Disposition is a HUD term that refers to a variety of real estate transactions, including long-term leases for redevelopment, sales of property and land, and easements. HUD requires that these transactions be included in the agency's annual plan prior to beginning the disposition process. The disposition process itself is a separate HUD process that can take up to 18 months and includes steps such as communication with resident leadership, environmental reviews, and board approval. Most of the dispositions in the plan amendment are related to the affordable homeownership phase of Restore Home, including 40 single-family homes. Other dispositions are related to redevelopment on CHA land, including rental and homeownership phases at locations such as Washington Park, Stateway, Madden Wells, and lakefront properties, and easements at Altgeld Gardens related to the Red Line extension. We're presenting these potential dispositions as a plan amendment to expedite the approval process through HUD, as the timing for HUD approval of the full annual plan can be somewhat unpredictable. I'm available to answer any questions you have.
I have a question.
Commissioner Harris.
I would just like to know, what were the major concerns as voiced excuse me, in the
With the
public hearings?
So the concerns that were raised at the public hearings related to the dispositions, we did have some people who had off-topic questions not related to the plan, but most of the time people were looking for additional information about the dispositions. So when we are including them in the plan, we're just referencing them very generally, and people wanted more details, which is something that they will get as part of the disposition process itself. So for each one of these dispositions, there might be a development plan, there's going to be outreach to resident leadership, and that's where those types of details would come out.
We was talking about disposition on this land. I know most of this land is around southwest, southeast, and a lot of it's around Horner. You know, they finna in process of redeveloping the stadium over there. The Board Stadium,
Oh, you mean by United Center?
yes.
I don't think that's CHA land, so it's not
That's not
included in
CHA
the.
land, but some specs of houses is on CHA land. So if y'all start talking to the alderman at Barnett, or working with them,
Commissioner Washington, we have been in conversations with the aldermen, and we know that development is coming. We don't have any specifics, certainly, but we do have commitments around the land that we do own in that area. And so part of the reason, I'll just emphasize what Jenny Hoyle found, is that in order for us to even be ready to take an action and bring it back to the board, one of the check marks we have to do is to say that it was in a HUD plan, that we had it listed. And so we're trying to get ahead of the game a little bit here by putting this in, getting this list approved, so when we come back to the board, that's one thing that doesn't prevent us from moving forward. So, so there will be more details about all of these that will come back to the board.
right, just remember when they do come back to the board that Order do have a LAC president named Charnay Harmon. I think she should sit at that table too.
Yeah, when we start the planning,
have
absolutely, and we
popular
have been in
spots.
conversation with her about other things at Horner West.
Not
Haven.
that.
Any more, Commissioner Parker?
So, again, I'm glad to see this in the 2024 as an amendment. But what I was wondering is, are we gonna have more dispositions? I guess I'll ask that in the next, in the 2025 plan, so.
I understand the question you're asking, and I think I can answer that. The dispositions in the 2024 amendment are exactly the same as the 2025 plan. So I included them in both just because I wasn't sure what would get approved more quickly. But now we have an indication from HUD that an amendment including these dispositions would be faster. But there aren't additional dispositions in the 2025 plan.
Oh, thank you.
It's the same list.
Yeah, I had a question about that too. Thank you. If there are not any more questions from commissioners, we'll move to item number 8, which is you'll also be presenting, and it's approval of the fiscal year 2025 MTW annual plan.
Thank you. Submission of an annual plan is a requirement of CHA's participation in the MTW program, and both the format and content of the plan are based on HUD guidelines. Highlights of the 2025 plan include the delivery of 680 housing units, including 297 CHA units, continued use of our MTW single fund flexibility for a variety of resident services programs, homeownership options through Choose to Own and down payment assistance, $210 million in capital spending at CHA properties, and funding for programs to assist people experiencing homelessness. In addition, CHA will continue to serve more than 65,000 households across all of its housing programs. CHA is not proposing any new MTW activities for 2025, but we are proposing changes to existing activities. First, CHA is proposing to discontinue an activity that allowed us to approve exception payments of up to 250% of HUD's fair market rent for reasonable accommodations by following an internal CHA review process rather than following the standard HUD waiver process. With the discontinuation of this activity, CHA will return to following the standard HUD waiver process for this. CHA is also proposing to streamline 8 separate activities related to reexaminations, income calculations, and landlord incentives by combining related activities. So for example, biennial and triennial reexaminations will be combined into a single activity called Modified Reexamination Schedule. 4 activities related to income calculations would be combined into a single activity, and 2 activities related to landlord incentives would be combined into a single activity. CHA is not making any changes to how these activities function, and these changes will not impact CHA residents. They only impact how CHA reports the metrics for these activities to HUD. CHA uses its MTW funding flexibility for a variety of resident services programming that is available to both voucher and public housing households for residents across all age groups and demographics. CHA projects that the programming will meet or exceed the following benchmarks for 2025. 75 families will purchase a home through CHA homeownership programs. 85% of family self-sufficiency participants will accrue escrow. 400 residents will be connected with new and better jobs. 300 residents will attend City Colleges of Chicago. 175 youth and adults will receive CHA scholarships, and 170,000 Golden Diner meals will be served to seniors. CHA held a 30-day public comment period on this plan, and also on the plan amendment, I should add, which included 2 live stream hearings and 1 in-person hearing. 12 people attended the in-person hearings, and 221 people viewed the live stream hearings. We received a total of 17 comments, and those comments, along with CHA's responses, are included in the comment grid, which will be added to the plan. I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Commissioner Matenki.
Just a quick one on your summary. Page 1 of 3, you put down that new construction is planned to continue or start at various sites, which may include. May include?
So the reason it says may include is because we are drafting the plan in June prior to the start of the plan year. So we're projecting 6 months out when we think construction will start in 2025. So sometimes it's a question of it'll start at some point. It might not be 2025. It might be early 2026. That's what we're trying to figure out when we draft the plan is 6 months out, what do we think is going to be under construction the next year?
Thank you. And then the other one was something I've already asked you about, but it was the wait lists and how they all fit together and how many total people are on a list and what we're reopening. If you could just go into that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Yes. So CHA, their CHA wait list for public housing, which are site-based, scattered sites, which I think are community-based, and then all of our PBVs are also site-based. And then we have our general citywide wait list for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So people can be on multiple wait lists. You can be on the HCV tenant-based wait list, a PBV wait list, and a public housing wait list. So as of the end of 2023, we had about 200,000 people total, and I think there were around 130,000 if you take out the duplicates. So those numbers, I think, increased slightly this year because the wait lists are open all the time. So we do track those as part of our annual plan and report. One of the things we also indicated in the plan is that we will be monitoring the HCV tenant-based voucher wait list as the numbers are getting lower to determine if it needs to be reopened at some point. So that's something we will be evaluating through the end of this year and throughout 2025.
Last follow-up. Is there some information that we could get in terms of the number of seniors on the wait list? Because there is a higher volume of turnover in senior buildings than there are in.
Yeah, I can get you a breakdown of what the different wait list categories are.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Commissioner Matenki. Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, so my question was more around preservation. So when I see in preservation, you got Abla, Allgale, Dearborn. So would it be the same particular type of preservation? Like I see the preservation going on in Brooks. Would Allgale be similar to that, or is it, will we go across the whole portfolio?
Well, the type of projects at each development might be different, but the idea of preservation is that we're investing in existing CHA properties to make sure they stay livable for people. So it might be what Allgale needs might be different from what Abla needs, but
Okay.
that's the type of work that we'd be investing in.
But when they at the end of their cycle, like say they got their renovation in 2004, it's 20 years up.
Right.
What kind of systems I mean, I don't know if that's in this move to work plan or is that just in a budget? Is that two different like categories?
I don't think it's two different categories. I don't have that level of detail in the annual plan. I think that is something that would be addressed through the budget process, like exactly what is planned for each of the sites next year.
So when we put together out in the capital plan, that's separate from this move. This the move to work agreement, what we agreeing to do with this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from other commissioners? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 9. Thanks, Jenny.
Thanks, Jen.
The last item on today's Finance and Audit Committee agenda is item number 9, authorization to award contracts for hearing officers for the Housing Choice Voucher administrative hearings. This will be presented by Elizabeth Silas.
Good morning,
Oh,
everyone.
good
My name is
morning.
Elizabeth Silas from the Office of the General Counsel. Myself and my colleague Tashina Cunningham Rima, also from the Office of the General Counsel, will be representing the hearing officer.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. The HCV hearings program, when a participant is issued an intent to terminate or notification that their participation in the HCV program might be coming to an end, they are afforded through the Code of Federal Regulations as well as the CHA administrative plan an opportunity to have an informal hearing by an independent hearing officer. Typically, we do a request for proposals and we get responses back from licensed attorneys. And they would hear various topics from someone being possibly terminated because they went 180 days without housing assistance payments. They might have been evicted from the subsidized unit. There might be criminal activity, various issues. And then they are able to present their case before the independent hearing officer. And then from there, the hearing officer issues a decision, and which will mean the person will either be reinstated with conditions, or they might be terminated from the program. We have minimum three hearings a day. We can do 180 hearings per month. We have 7 hearing officers that we've reviewed and would like to recommend for approval today. They all have previous experience doing hearing officer work, some of them for the authority, some of them for other sister agencies like the City of Chicago, the Cook County Board, CPS, and places of that nature. And I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I had one question.
Yes.
This amount, there's this base term and the option terms, but are these all not to exceed amounts?
Yes. So
the
the
reason I
base,
ask is because there's fees, sort of a fee schedule for the work that's being done, and so some of it assumes a certain amount of time,
Right.
and so to the extent that they don't work all that time, this amount that we're approving is a maximum amount, but not necessarily. It's possible that it will be less.
that is correct.
Okay.
And for each hearing, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that each hearing, our hearing officers are paid a flat fee of $700, and that includes them reviewing the hearing packet and evidence provided by both the presenter and the participant, the actual hearing itself, and their deliberation and issuing of a decision.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Parker?
And then, so you have a rehearing fee, so that's what will trigger a rehearing?
So that's a very good question. So there's a couple of things that may occur. So with a rehearing, let's say, for example, a participant did not make it to the hearing, but they call my office and say, I didn't come to the hearing because I was in the hospital, and they've provided documentation to show us that that's where they were, or so we'll allow them to have the hearing again. So rather than them having to go through the process and get a final decision and go through all of that, we'll say, okay, we'll reschedule the hearing so that your matter can be heard. So that's usually what a rehearing is.
So you saying we'll pay the officer $700 just for showing up? Because I'm confused with, how would that, why wouldn't it, so if I just rescheduled it, instead of them getting 700, now they're getting 200?
A rehearing is less. So if we
Right,
have a
so-
cancellation or a rehearing, that is less than $700.
I know, so, right, so if it's canceled, then the officer gets less money, right?
Correct.
So what, they don't get the 700 initially because it didn't happen?
Well, if there's a situation where the participant has not let us know in advance they're not coming to the hearing, and they confirm to us that they were planning on coming to the hearing, then the hearing still proceeds.
Okay, with the outcome.
Correct.
And so I was just wondering, at what percentage, how many hearings are we looking at in terms of right now? What's the numbers being used by the participants? Because a lot of participants don't even know that they had that option. So is we really utilizing hearing officers in terms of at what rate?
So for example, we've had hearings every day this week. And we definitely let participants know through mailings, and we also let them know when they call the customer service and they say, I've gotten this intent to terminate, what does this mean? They let them know that they have a right to a hearing.
So that's what I was wondering. So
So if someone requests a hearing, based on their intent to terminate, we do schedule them a hearing.
I'm asking what percent just say forget it and they just go ahead and get terminated. You know what I mean? Like I said, if 100 people getting terminated, how many will actually ask for a hearing out of that 110, 5, none?
That I'm not sure if I can find out because that comes through our HCV department.
Right.
Because they issue out the initial letters, I issue out the letters, the notice of informal hearing. So I don't know in terms of the information regarding the intent to terminate until people have requested the hearing.
So the reason I asked that question is because I just wanted to be known for the tenants that you got other rights. You know what I mean? I know when you send a hearing, when you tell them they're scheduled for eviction, that probably need to be posted in the Section 8 offices saying that you about tenant rights. You know what I'm saying? And that they got this opportunity to be heard through the offices prior to being evicted out of the program.
So partly to help you answer that question, Commissioner Parker, every intent to terminate that a resident participant receives has language on it that explains to them their right to ask for an informal hearing, tells them how much time they have to ask for that hearing, and gives them the information of where to notify, whether it's 3B customer service or through the HCV program, to request that informal hearing. Once that request is made, then that information, along with a packet for that participant that has asked for that hearing, is sent to the Office of the General Counsel to start our process. But every intent to terminate notice that goes out has that language in there regarding their right to ask for an informal hearing.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I'd just like to say that I had some of the questions that I had that the commissioners asked, and that you really answered my questions satisfactorily, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just want to let that be noted.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. If there are no more questions from commissioners, then we will conclude today's hearing. There's no more business to come before the committee, and we're not voting right now. So thank you, and this concludes today's Finance and Audit Committee meeting.
So prior to going into the Real Estate Committee meeting, we did want to give an opportunity to the gentleman to come up and speak. If we are, I know we don't have the screens up, but we'll use it as this is an opportunity for you to have public comment, which is a 2-minute comment. So feel free to start when you'd like to.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I apologize if I offended anyone. I'd like to thank you, Francine Washington, because a lot of what you said is what I want to say. Thank you very much. I also would like to say that the system that you have for us to come and make public comments need to be changed. The reason why it need to be changed because people should be able to come right here, sign a piece of paper, and come up here and speak. Now, that's one thing I had to talk about. The other thing that I want to talk about was the scattered sites that Danny Davis posted when got the money and brought it back to y'all. He also walked with you and went with y'all when y'all went into the village. I had a conversation with him. He said that money was going to be spreaded so the low income and Section 3 people can participate. We have been locked out. Yes, we have, with this new process. We're not working, not like we should. Now, I bring this other thing up about the system that you have where we take bids from the management. That's not working neither. I know in particular, one company who got over 100 make-readies. Hey, hooray for that brother. But I'm saying there's over 3,000 vacant units. The buildings right there on Western in Jackson, they have not been developed. And I can go on and on and on. I can go on and on and on. My main point is that Section 3 companies are shut out. And I adhere to what Francine Washington say. They vote for the money, and the residents and the low-income people who live in the projects, who live in the community, do not participate. Now, I'm putting this group on notice. I'm going to Washington, D.C. I know that this election holds up everything. It stops us from proceeding with dealing with this. But I'm going to Washington, D.C., and I'm asking Congressman Davis to do a town hall meeting about this whole situation, because there's a bunch of issues that's not being dealt with. But that's what I come down and for. And I'd like to have a meeting with you, Madam Chairman, if it's possible. I know you're very busy. But if it's possible, I'd like to have a meeting to air my grievances. With that, thank you very much. Like I said, I did not try to offend anyone in the room. And if I did, I apologize. And for those who don't receive my apology, hey, what else you want me to do?
Thank you for your comments, and if you would make sure that you give your name and number to the Board of Commissioners Secretary, please. All right, thank you. We will move right into the Real Estate Committee, so I'll turn the gavel over to Commissioner Matenke, the Chairman of the Real Estate Committee.
Good morning and welcome to the September 12th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting. My name is James Matenke, Chairman of the Real Estate Development Committee. Before we start today's proceeding, I would like to thank Commissioner Harris for chairing the July committee meeting in my absence. The September 12th meeting actually did a wonderful job.
Those were two of the best meetings for this committee.
Ever had.
Excuse me.
Ever
I
had.
believe I have a quorum here for my committee. May I have the secretary call the roll, please?
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Matenke?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you do have a quorum.
Wow. Let the record reflect that Chair Herlock, Commissioner Brewer, Washington are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum, and we miss Commissioner Hart. The first matter for approval is the meeting minutes of July 16, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of the July 16th Real Estate Operations Development Committee minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes for July 16 are hereby approved as submitted. We have 3 items for consideration by this committee. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will be voted upon after public participation. The 3 items on today's agenda will be presented by Eric Garrick, Chief Operating Officer. We will start with item number 10, the authorization to award contract for building renovations at 4834-36 North Kimball Avenue. Eric.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you guys again. This item will be presented by, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge to where this actual work is being done. I want to make sure that I'm acknowledging and giving where this work is actually being done. So Athene Karras, which is our Director of Special Projects, has been leading our Restore Home program, and these also fall into our Restore Home. So I'm going to let Athene Karras present these items for us today.
We can't hear you. I'm right across.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Madam Chairman, or Chairwoman, I'm sorry. I'm here today requesting authorization to move forward with the contract for 4834-36 North Kimball Avenue. In 2023, CHA announced the Restore Home Initiative, seeking up to $50 million to renovate long vacant buildings and return them to occupancy. This encompassed both single-family homes and multifamily buildings. The initiative was approved as part of the 2024 budget at the December 2023 board meeting to accomplish this goal by Q2 2025. As part of Restore Home, 4834-36 North Kimball is the 1920s brick 6-flat building that has been vacant, fully vacant, for almost 4 years. The scope of the project includes the complete interior renovation of the 6 3-bedroom apartments and upgrades to the building exterior and landscaping. This renovation will include full electrical modernization of the property in compliance with the Chicago Energy Transformation Code. Most importantly, this renovation will support CHA's mission, vision, and values. And as part of this presentation, we do have the contractor here to answer any questions that you may have. So I will invite Tibi Harab and Cipriana Simons from Cordos Development.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then I have one question for you of something I want you to throw in the contract.
Okay. My name is Cipriana Simons. I've been working with Cordos for 20 years almost. And I was there when we first started to work with CHA. So, and I'm very familiar with this work.
Cipriana, do you live in the city?
Yes.
Where?
West Loop.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tibi Hrab. I've been working with Cordos. I'm a senior project manager, and I've been working on quite a few CHA jobs, and most of them are elevator renovations for some of the CHA buildings throughout the cities. And we're currently I'm working on 3 separate buildings where we're doing elevator renovations. We just passed the final inspection a couple of days ago, and I'm looking forward to work on this project as well.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have questions on this
I
development?
just want,
What elevator building?
We completed, let me see, Judge Slater, Apartments and Annex. We did Ada Denison McKinley. We just passed final inspection now at Margaret Day Blake. We're having Harry Schneider. We're starting in a week or two at Elizabeth Wood. We did Lydia Puchinska, both Apartments and Annex. Harry Collner. I'm not sure if I'm missing any, but
We've had quite a few contractors been doing our elevators. On paper, the work is completed, but it's all falling apart right now.
okay. I'm not sure which project that is. I think Cordos is one of the few contractors that are still working on the elevator jobs.
I'll let you know if it's yours. I was looking for my notes, but I was late, so I just grabbed something. They must have fell out. I had all that with me. That's what I was looking for, and it's not in my bag in there. So I'll let you know. Have you had any other contracts with CHA? Have y'all had any other contracts with CHA?
Any other contracts
Yes.
we had? So that would have been maybe like 6 years ago. It was, I can't remember the address. It was a 3-flat renovation.
But it's y'all first time with CHA in years.
First time with CHA where, I'm sorry?
This is your first time working with CHA in 6 years.
No. So
they're on
all
the
the elevator
elevators right now.
projects were
Okay.
CHA.
But all the other projects, I'll just find out where you worked at. Not talking about y'all specifically, but we have a lot of contractors, and after they're gone, the work is done, stuff begin to fall apart.
Okay,
And the
we'll be
resident-
happy to address any. If you find
Okay.
an address that it's under Cordos, please let us know and we'll
Right.
address
Most
it.
time when folks say stuff is falling apart, they get a phone call, CHA take it down, but my team, we go out and look at it specifically to see whose fault was it. Most times it's the contractor's fault. Then a lot of contractors do a lot of work, and on paper they gotten paid, but they really haven't got paid as of yet. So, okay,
I really hope we're not that company.
okay. Hopefully you'll get paid.
All right, sorry, Commissioner Parker, do you have any comments about this item on our agenda, please?
I actually got a comment, but
Questions.
Question, rather, not a comment, question. Because I wanted the presenter to present of what's being delivered. You know what I mean? Like the 6 units where, we can see it, but the public can't. So I don't know if I was talking and I didn't hear you give a
The condition,
presentation.
the condition of the units and.
What they given to us for the contract. I didn't hear you do,
It's
not
a-
the
Cordos.
actual
I'm asking
award?
CHA.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I thought y'all had the film, the screen up to show us.
No. That was something
It's a beautiful
different.
1920s six-flat with large apartments that's in terrible shape. It's been abandoned for 4 years by us, and we're trying to get it back on the market.
Thank you, Commissioner. CHA, team, staff. I mean, I guess he just gave that, but normally, so when you do the next two, could you kind of tell us a little bit
A little
about
bit more about the building?
what they renovating?
All right.
All right.
And what's the cost? But to
Absolutely.
Cordo's, I'm wondering why the CEO is not here.
The owner of the company,
Yeah.
he is out of the country.
Okay, I understand that. So one of the questions I got is, you, in the write-up, it talks about how you guys have, in the past, or you hired 2 residents from Brooks Homes, but you've been doing business with CHA for 10 years. Brooks has kind of just got started, so I'm just trying to see what your goal is for this particular job.
We will hire 2 more residents.
At what capacity, like what positions you got for them?
What positions?
Yeah, what they gonna be doing, the hires?
Well, we will. You mean what trades we need?
Right, what you plan on hiring in? Just, yeah,
Laborers.
do labor, construction
Yes.
laborers or just regular laborers? I know Cordo's is a.
If they are qualified, like for painting and finishes, then we will hire that a painter or a finisher. If not, just general labor.
So is that like,
How many people will be on this job? And this too is of 10 people? What is your anticipated employee engagement here?
for this particular job?
How many laborers? How many?
How many tradespeople that you're bringing from your staff? How much is self-performed versus subcontractors? I think that's what the commissioner is looking
So
for.
we have an MBE partner and a Section 3 partner, Camargo Enterprises. So they are doing 35% of the project. And out of the rest of the trades, out of the rest of the 65%, will be, I would say, about 20.
About 20 people, and how many of those are subcontracts of yours, or you're doing all self-performing?
We're not going to do all self-performing. We have not identified all the trades.
So you guys gonna come to get the contract first, and then you'll go back and figure out your hiring process? Right.
Yes.
Your need?
Yes.
Chair Herlock, you have a question?
I want to finish. I just wanted, have you guys seen old restoration before? Because this is a historic, this is a landmark. So we just want to make
Yes.
sure that.
Yes.
you guys-
Actually, we did a Emil Bach House. That was landmark, and the Morse Theater in Rogers Park. Those were private projects, not. Frank Lloyd Wright, yes. Emil Bach House by Frank Lloyd Wright.
Very nice.
So you said you committed to two Section 3 hires? or
Yes.
Resident hires?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Chair?
I just want to say that we did, since we started, we did not have a network of MBs, WBs. So what I did, I just went on the city website and I started calling. And we got to work and mentor like really small companies, which I'm very proud of. One is Okimat Construction. I helped a lot with mentoring them on the B2G, LCP tracker, all the compliance items that they didn't know, and Antigua and Camargo and SG Heating and other companies.
Oh, that's good. But you didn't bring none of them back on board with you this time. I guess the project wasn't big enough.
I'm sorry?
None of those guys you just named are coming back with you. Those would be, the ones you just named in Section 3, like, are actually vendors and contractors and so.
Okimat Construction is
She was a resident on, I'm
Correct.
familiar. Right.
She mentored them, and
y'all helped
they're
mentor
standing on
her?
their own now.
That's
Yes.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
and they are on their own now.
yeah. Thank you. Chair?
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. One, you mentioned before that you did hire 2 laborers in previous projects. Did you keep them on after the project?
Yes, they are still on.
They're still working with you?
Yes.
Great.
Great.
And then you mentioned that you will be doing subcontracting 35% of the work to Camargo?
Camargo, yes.
Camargo, okay.
That's the only one identified now.
Okay.
Yes.
In the write-up, it says, one place it says 40%, one place it says 30%. So just want to note that to the staff, if there's conflicting information. Did you bring Camargo with you today to talk, as 30, 35, or 40% is substantial amount of the work, Did they come with you to talk about their
No,
practices?
I
and-
was not aware that we have to bring them.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The renovation cost and the current state of the building, I understand $346,000 a unit is not extravagant, given how much work that you have to do. But the note that I have is the floors are planned on being refinished. Given the condition of those floors and how many times they may have been sanded already, do you have a contingency in your number for replacing the wood?
Correct.
Or is that included in here? So it's part of the overall bid, or it's an extra?
The contingent, the 10,000? I think it's included. I think this came up in the pre-construction meeting.
Good.
I will have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's
I can't
included.
imagine these floors are just eligible for refinish. Thank you. Athene.
I'm ever hopeful.
Any other questions, commissioners, about this project? Okay. The next matter will be item, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next
you.
matter on the agenda is item number 11, authorization to award contract for building renovations at 4008 through 4014 South Prairie Avenue. Eric, you're also presenting this item, or is it Athene again? Hi.
It is the thing again.
All right.
You're stuck with me. So.
I'm fine with that. Let's go.
All right. So I'll be a little bit more verbose about what's going on in the construction process. As part of the Restore Home Initiative, 4008 through 14 South Prairie is a 24-unit, 3-story apartment building consisting of 12 one-bedroom units and 12 two-bedroom units. Located in the Bronzeville neighborhood within the Grand Crossing community area, it's situated 1 block from the Indiana Green Line station. It has easy access to the 39 Pershing Avenue and number 3 King Drive buses. The neighborhood is served by Ida B. Wells Preparatory Academy, PK through 8, and Wendell Phillips Academy High School, 9 through 12. Currently, there are 1,209 families on the public housing wait list for one-bedroom apartments and 731 for two-bedroom apartments. The exterior site renovation will have an outdoor amenity space that will include a shared patio with 2 surface-mounted charcoal grills along with picnic tables and benches, an 18-space parking lot, and an additional trash corral. The entire property will be surrounded by an ornamental fence with secured gates at the front and rear of the property and new landscaping. The building will be accessed by 2 new enclosed front entry stairwells and 2 new enclosed rear stairwells. This will provide enhanced aesthetics, climate control, and security. The interior upgrades include new wall framing, drywall, energy-efficient windows and doors, kitchens, baths, and in-unit laundry rooms. All new plumbing, heating, and electric, light fixtures, and appliances. The building will be converted to full electrical in compliance with the Chicago Energy Transformation Code. The total contract value, or the lump sum base bid total, is $300,241, and is going to be, the recommendation to award is for MIKK Development. At this time, I would like to invite Kenyatta Gibbs, the president, and Owen Pittman to join us to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you give us a little bit more color on the condition of the units, please?
The property is I think it's been vacant for years, so it
About
needs
how
a ton
many
of work.
years then?
Ton of repairs, ton of metal work, basically everything. All the MEPs have to be changed. So
For the benefit of the audience, could we possibly get, oh, we've got a picture, great, okay. Could you explain the stairwell enclosures and what you're doing to the building briefly?
So the stairwell enclosures basically have to be all the metal work has to be redone. You got new facades, pretty much everything new.
When these buildings were built, they had an open entry And we're closing in the stairs. That's that white section, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's how we're going to get added security. That's how we're going to have heat and air conditioning control for the hallways and a modern update.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, any big questions?
Yes, I have a question. I just want to know what would be the per unit cost for each unit? Can you give us a detailed report for that?
That I don't have. Let me see if we can put down.
I think CHA should give us that.
I do not have a per unit cost, but I have a cost per square foot for the project. Total,
Well, the project cost is $6.3 million, and we're going to end up with
6
how many
million.
units?
I just want to.
24 units.
24 units.
So let me do the quick math.
Yeah.
While he does that, do you mind just letting us know a little bit about who you are and your company and how awesome you are?
Sure. President of MIC DLP Construction. We've been in business about 7 years. We have been doing some CHA work for the last 7 years. We've been in business 10 years, been doing CHA work for the last 7 years. And every community that we serve, we hire. We hire and train within that community. We probably hired and trained over 30 young men and women in the Brooks homes back in 2017, 2018. So our motto of the company is to leave the neighborhood better than the way we found it. So we've been doing that for years.
Thank you.
And could
Yes, please.
and to back that up, I mean, as a resident, as a commissioner, I remember when this company came to CHA. That's exactly what you do. In all the communities I go to, especially on the west corridor, on the west side, you got residents, you got small guys. I see you pulling off the street, so I do want to commend. I call it Mick. I do want to commend Mick for taking our folks along the way. And I believe Mr. Mr. Gibbs is a former resident himself.
No,
And
Ms.
so-
Pittman is.
That's Pittman.
Yep. Owen
Okay.
is a former.
So he a former resident. I
Yes.
heard him speak before at another project at ABLA, and I'm just proud to see him coming along and bringing others with him. And I heard about his leadership when he on a project where he's trying to get other contractors to be as give back as the company do. So I'm glad to see a small business like this get this opportunity where I'm not saying we're getting rid of big construction companies, but to see small companies diversify, build up, this is good. We just gonna have our eye on y'all, because I don't know if y'all did that facade, that front piece. I was questioning that. Like, I know you guys got the skills. If not, you're gonna get the people that do got those expertise to put this project together. I just wish y'all the best of luck. And I wanted to ask, how many residents do you plan on bringing along for this project?
So, and we talking a minimum of 3 carpenters, 4 laborers, and 2 probably professional service, some cleaning people.
So I think this Washington Park, I know you work real good with resident leadership. So I just look forward to seeing how this turn out.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We guarantee to show up and show out, believe me.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Parker. To answer your question, it's $262,000 a unit. 262. It's less expensive than the historic renovation on a much smaller building. Okay. Chair?
Thank you again for your presentation and for the comments you mentioned earlier, because it answered some of my questions. But how many of the trainees have you hired and kept on, if you're able to say?
We probably got about 7 trainees from Brooks Homes that's still on our staff.
Thank you.
So we plan to keep doing that as we move forward within these projects and these opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker, one more?
I just wanted to ask the authority, what was the goal of this? Or I know I spoke to the CEO and Mr. Garrett when they talked about how high construction cost is. I believe this is a non-union shop, so I'm kind of happy at the approach that what came into going out, finding our local vendors and having them do a job of this magnitude.
So one of the things that we definitely wanted to do was make sure that we had opportunities. And so we did a lot of just outreach. And so what we did is kind of reached out to all of the folks, all of our Section 3, WDBE, MBE contractors out there and say, hey, CHA is going to be doing a procurement. to bring these buildings back online. We wanted to make sure that everybody had their opportunity, so to really get out there. So Thane and her team went out there. They conducted walkthroughs, gave them exactly. We had all of these projects before you today had to have architectural drawings because that's the extent of those. These will be fully electrical buildings. Totally, as the commissioner stated, these are really totally gutouts. So these are bringing almost brand new units back online. Only thing that we're really not touching is the shell of the building outside of closing this building in. As you know, that we've met with our Commissioner Washington as well as the aldermen in this area. There was always some security concerns. And we wanted to make sure that we address those security concerns by making sure that there's a controlled access to this building. These guys have been doing a great job out there, and so we wanted to make sure that again those opportunities presented itself, and they're ready to step up to the plate.
Absolutely.
And we're able to take this to another level, like, we're gonna use this for future contractors that's within our pool. Is it some of these same opportunities? I know this was awarded to everybody. I mean, opportunities. So how to
So there's a couple of different things, and so I want to say that these larger projects, we outsourced, we bidded out all of these. Where we actually had folks inside of our pre-qualified pool, we assigned those through our pre-qualified pool, utilizing the contract that the board granted us. So those were some of the smaller projects that we did with Restore Home. Restore Home guaranteed that we would have our Section 3 and our WBEs to work during our projects, and we have made that commitment on every one of our projects that we assign.
This is the last question. I'm sorry, Mr. Tank. How many units we finna bring back online as a result of this?
A result of Restore Home?
24 units on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. If there are no additional questions or
I had a
comments from,
question.
oh, yes, ma'am. Commissioner Washington, please.
Have you met with the LAC president, Chad?
No, we have not. We plan to do that.
That's her right there.
When? So y'all
Is that you? Okay. So we will be meeting with you then.
said y'all proceed in November.
That was a trick question.
Right.
How could you forget
You
Commissioner
want to say,
Washington?
yeah.
I didn't know that was your area. I'm sorry. My apologies, Ms.
It's right
Francine.
next door to the LAC office.
Okay.
Help design the building.
Okay.
Don't be sorry, be careful.
We're gonna talk right after this.
No, we ain't.
Yeah, you will, I'm sure.
We'll talk right after this.
Was there any other question? Thank you. Hearing no additional questions or comments from the commissioners, the last item on the agenda is
Thank you.
item number 12. Sorry. Thank you for coming and thank you for your work. Look
Thank you.
forward to a ribbon cutting
Hope to see you soon.
soon.
Yes.
Last item on the agenda is item number 12, authorization to award contract for building renovations at 4 properties in North Lawndale. Athene, are you presenting again?
I am.
Thank you. Please
So
go.
this is, we're asking for authorization for the CEO or his designee to, one, commit funds for a not-to-exceed amount of $22,136,000 for the building renovations. Two, to execute contract or contracts upon completion of the IFB process. And three, enter and execute other such documents as may be required for the building renovation at the 4 addresses listed below. 1500 South Christiana, 1312 through 16 South Harding Avenue, 1323 through 29 South Kedzie, and 1404 through 14 South Homan. As part of the invitation for bid that was sent out, we were able to award or have a recommendation to award 2 contracts for 2 of the structures. But the other 2 buildings, 1312 and 16 South Harding and 1323 through 29 South Kedzie, are currently being rebid and are out for bid at this time.
I want to start with my first comment. We are in receipt of competitive bids for 2 of these properties, the Christiana and Homan, and the total proposed award amount is under $9 million. I would like to figure out, maybe we defer the other 2 until we can see the bids. Wouldn't that make more sense for us?
I think that's a good idea.
Let's discuss the two that we have bids on and work through those. And hopefully we'll be able to come back as a board and approve the other two as quickly as possible.
For 1500 South Christiana, it is a 3-story, 6-flat, brick veneer, wood frame construction. It is a total gut rehab. It has been vacant for, gosh, I have to go back.
Can we put the picture of that one up?
Is that it?
It might be
No,
the
that's
last
Harding.
slide.
It's the smaller one.
Christiana's got a gable roof.
Yes, keep going. Oh, is that not on the
No?
presentation any longer? I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Maybe,
Yeah, that got left off. Sorry about that.
it is not a thing of beauty, it's housing. And it's
It
got a
is.
gable roof, and let's talk about it, please.
And a front stair. So like many of these buildings, they had stairwells that were unconditioned and had breezeways. No. Going the wrong way. Anyway, these will be 6 3-bedroom units with a communal laundry in the subfloor. There will be a communal laundry room as opposed to in-unit laundries. The floor plate did not really lend itself to an in-unit wash, so we're going to have a communal laundry room.
Is that because there are 3-bedroom units and the machines would have had to be larger, or?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. The project has been, the recommendation to award is for $1,855,223, and will be also, the low bidder is MIKK. If they want to come up and answer questions, did they leave? No, come on up.
There.
The same- Oh, they could have just stand there, huh?
Yeah, if we had known.
That's what the Christiana building.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of these gentlemen?
That's for the building on Christiana.
Yeah, I just got one for CHA.
What about the Holman building?
You have a question about Homan?
Right.
Oh,
Do we want to have
Who's
the
that?
contractor for Homan come up, or should we talk about Christiana first?
Let's start with Christiana.
Okay.
We're on Christiana.
so my question was, when you talked about the basement laundry, that still ain't gonna stop residents from bringing laundries up into washers and dryers into their units. So is we prohibiting that? Because I believe, you know how residents is, they gonna bring them right on up the stairs and put them in the units, whether we allow for it or not, probably. I don't know if the plumbing hookups and stuff is not there or there.
We have not provided laundry hookups in the units just because of the,
The basement.
well, and the lack of space within. I mean, we could put a laundry room in, but what would that affect the size of the bedrooms or any of that kind of stuff?
So what's the timeline? How soon do the contractor think, when do they get the notice to proceed? And when would the contract start?
As soon as this is approved,
Are they
we
ready to
will
start
start. We're
When are they
raring to go.
anticipating- When are they, when are you anticipating it'll be done?
So let me chime
You
in
said
on this.
completion
So
date?
what I want to make sure that we understood that we have a commitment that these are 9-month projects. We're seeking the board approval today, and we have until June of 2024 to actually have these completed. 25, I'm sorry.
25, yeah.
25 has completed. So
Okay.
these will be a 9-month project, just because of the amount of work that's going into got out all electrification. So there's a lot of lead time items on some of these things, and so we want to make sure that we're giving ourselves. But we anticipate on bringing all of our projects in ahead of schedule, as we have done thus far. But the latest date that these will be turned over will be June of 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And assuming we get the competitive bids in, our next meeting is November. Will that delay the delivery of the last 2 units?
The last 2
Very much
buildings, it will.
Is there a way that we could hold this item for approval by this board? When do you anticipate having your rebids?
The new bids are due September 24th, the rebid. So
Is there
that's
any way
2
we could
weeks.
separate those out so that the board can
what I
come
wanted.
back and
That's what I
review, comment, and vote? Lee?
So,
Lee, what would it be, amendment? How will we get the other two buildings in?
Well, those would be voted on as the next.
The
So
brain,
one
the
of the-
brains are
Wait,
considering.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why we were bringing this item to the board with a not to exceed amount is the authorization. So as long as the bids are within an authorization, then again, the board is approving the authorization. So however, if those projects exceeded that authorization amount, we would have to come back to the board for approval.
Madam Chair, what do you advise?
I'd like to see more information. I'd like us to decide based on, this is a little gappy.
Okay. All right, so we're going to hold this off, and we're going to recommend voting on Christiana and
Holman?
Holman, yes.
Yes.
Where we do have the bids in hand.
So we only
Okay.
gonna hold off the two, so we can get.
Just the two, we'll have the other two, and.
Just those two.
Yes.
If there's a special meeting that needs to be called to approve the others quickly, we will make ourselves available.
which is which?
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Any other questions?
I just
Commissioner
wanted to
Parker.
see some of the amenities that's going inside. I know we had a uniform policy on materials used. Is that one of the photos of how the proposed final renovation?
Are the
unit?
interiors going to have the same finishes that we're putting into the new projects?
Correct.
So
It's
what- so
going
what do you-
to be, oh, sorry. At this point, what you see on the exterior
they
renovation
changed.
That's
will
me,
be.
that's me.
Oh, well, the exterior material will be the cladding that we put at
It's the niche
Edith
house
Spurlock.
cladding,
Yeah, the fiber cement board that.
fiber cement board that's pre-finished and looks nice
Correct.
with a bevel.
And then inside the units will all be the luxury vinyl tile,
Are
new
we doing vinyl,
cabinetry.
not wood in there?
No.
Okay.
And then solid surface countertops, so everything will be up to the design guideline standards.
Press wood like this.
All new LED fixtures, high efficiency, tiled bathrooms.
Athene, would you go through the update a bit? Because I believe you have pictures of what we are putting in.
Sure, that's fine. They just
took away your
They
screen.
just took away the screen. And I do want you to have an opportunity to meet Tropic Construction, who's the low bidder on the apparent.
Yes, maybe traffic can come up, and we'll, thank you,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Thank you. So Homan Avenue,
We don't get Paul Rodin?
I'd like to introduce Javier Costantino. I'm probably saying your name like a Greek, but
Spot on.
I apologize.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Can we get the screen back down here so we can see some pictures, please? No. Thank you, Eric.
Question, you're doing Holman.
Yes.
So it is
Hopefully with your permission, yes.
So it is mixed up in here.
So 1404 through 14 South Homan has a lump sum base bid total is $6,961,000. It again is a 24-unit project as well.
All right.
Three-story building with 14 two-bedroom and 4 three-bedroom units, 18 total. Oh, wait a minute, I meant Homan, which is 16 two-bedroom and 8 three-bedroom units.
16.2 and 8.3?
16 two-bedrooms and 8 three-bedrooms.
Okay. So the unit sizes on this building, those 8 three-bedrooms, are larger than in the first building we discussed where we were 262 a unit. This one is more expensive because there are larger units?
There are more units too.
Well, there's
Correct.
24 units.
There's 24 units.
Okay, all right, thank you.
16 and 8.
Let's discuss the finishes for Commissioner Parker's edification, please.
So these were some of the first projects that were completed through our Restore Home, which we're not actually starting at the first slide, so it's a little bit.
Okay, let's go to the home, sure,
Do we want to start from the beginning?
Homan.
All right, so Restore Home program update for September 2024. Nope,
Homan, please.
Homan, please. Oh. Advance the slides to the Homan property. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So as you can see, the Homan building has two separate entrances, which exist now. Those are open breezeways. So we have two stairwells that we're going to be enclosing, enlarging, making them code compliant, which currently they are not. And that's going to be in the front and the rear of the building.
4 total.
4 total, 4 stairwells.
There's 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
2 in the back, 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
We're not putting an elevator here.
We are not putting elevators.
Walk up.
As you can see from here, it's got the fiber cement that will go under the aggregate of where the concrete aggregate is under the windows now. So we're going to have all new windows, all new doors, finishes below. And these are actually gable roofs as well. So the central stair that you see going up is actually going to cut through the entire structure, front to back.
And how long have these been sitting empty, approximately?
Well, one of them, it depends on which building you're talking about, but all of these have been vacant anywhere from 6 years to or more. One building did have an LAC office in it very recently, and I believe that's Kedzie.
One of the other buildings you haven't bid it on yet, but the 1402 Homan building's only been vacant for like 4 or 5 years. The building on Prairie only been vacant for like 3 years, and the Christiana building only vacant like, let me see, when did they move out? I hung out in both of all the buildings that's on this list.
Okay, they're empty.
They're empty. Yeah.
Right. So I know them all.
Is it
Commissioner Parker, you have a question?
is it concrete stairs or metal stairs? What type of stair
Concrete.
are
They
we?
are,
Concrete.
I keep forgetting my height. They are steel stairs with
Steel.
concrete poured treads and landings.
on
Similar to what they're doing on the other property.
Could you tell us a
Steel-
little bit about yourself and your company and what you plan on bringing to the table for the
Absolutely,
resident?
glad to. I've been doing affordable housing for various GCs the past 24 years. I had an opportunity to join Tropic last December, and I was very flattered, very grateful, very honored to assume that role as a COO for them and kind of reignite our presence. We're small. I mean, there's 8 of us as a staff, so we have aspirations to grow, thrive. I had a very strong network of small businesses, MBEs, WBEs, Section 3s I've worked with for many years in various capacities along my journey to where I am now. So similar to MIKK, you know, they have a head start because they've been at it now for 7 years, and I want to applaud them because I worked with Owen in a previous life as well. So it's good to be among people that kind of share this vision of giving back and serving. And but in a nutshell, we're excited about this opportunity. It's been probably 10 years since Tropic has done work for CHA. There was some history, checking our archives. We were involved with some of the NSP projects in the past, a lot of vacant and occupied rehabs in our past. So I'm just excited that we came forth with a good package with everything we need to help succeed and kind of rekindle our working relationship with you guys and take it from there.
Thank you. Chair, you always have a question.
I do have questions. Hello, Javier. Nice
How
to
are
see
you? Likewise.
A quick question. What's your plans for hiring from within CHA and creating opportunities?
Great question. So as I started, we're small. We're an office staff of 3 and a field staff of 3. So we're aiming to self-perform between the 12 and 15% mark. And we're committed to working with the work group and getting someone on board. This project as a springboard, but we want to start onboarding people as we grow. We hopefully want to have them grow with us and stay with us. So that's
Yeah.
our plan.
Do you have some initial thoughts about what type of
Semi-skilled,
positions?
semi-skilled position. We self-perform carpentry, tiling, painting, general handyman type of work. We're an open shop, so we're not worried about being signatory to anyone. We don't do electric. We don't do anything that needs a specific special license from the city, but the gambit of just rough trim carpentry, drywalling. So there's opportunities as we grow. We want our trade partners to grow with us and our staff to grow with us. So
Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate your
Anyone?
time.
Commissioner Washington?
Have you talked with the LAC president?
I have not.
She's
don't-
right down the street from you.
Really.
Yes, 1318 Sawyer.
1318 Sawyer. I'm gonna write that down. Her name?
Acting President Comacita Williams.
Sita
Yeah,
Williams.
Comacita Williams.
Kamasita.
Kamasita.
Williams.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Parker.
I just wanted to know, like, your diversity makeup, like, what are your MBE or what type of?
We, our founder is Hispanic, obviously, Vietnam veteran, started the company in 1993. Our staff right now is Hispanic and Caucasian.
All Hispanic?
Well,
You have to diversify a little bit.
that's a starting point, right? I'm Hispanic. Our working staff are Hispanics, and rest of our staff is not. But it's a start. We're here, with a positive attitude, and we want to, open the doors for people that are qualified that want to do work, and we can all work together and succeed. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask,
Make
did
the
y'all,
same
did you got,
president.
like, the people that see, did you bid on the other two?
We did not.
Oh.
Again, because of our
You're a
small
small
size,
shop.
it's our bonding capacity that kind of limits.
What you could
But I saw that, I bid on Prairie, I bid on
I just was
Kimball,
wondering about the other.
Homan. I wanted to bid all four. Unfortunately, I couldn't, so I decided we'll just go after the big one, and I'm glad we did. So
Okay, yeah, thank you.
paid off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we did not, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we did not receive any requests for public testimony on today's committee items. I will therefore present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 10, 11, and 12, and I have a quorum, so may I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, well, I'm sorry, 12 as we proposed be amended to pull out the two that we don't have bids on yet. So to modify the dollar amount down to it's not to exceed $9 million for ease of just saying. Okay.
Commissioner Matanki, I'll make sure that the resolution is
Correct.
amended.
Thank you. Reflects what I meant to say. Okay. Given that amendment to my request, do I have a second for as it's been presented now?
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye. Are there any opposed, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items number 10, 11, 12 are approved by unanimous vote.
Chairman, the CEO requests that we be able to go through the PowerPoint very quickly.
Absolutely.
Very
I have not
quickly.
adjourned my subcommittee yet. Would we please go through the PowerPoint?
Fantastic. Start from the top. So just an update on what's going on with Restore Home. The goal for Restore Home was 40 small and medium buildings, totaling 171 units for public housing to renovate. Currently, we have 5 multifamily buildings that have been completed and occupied. That's 16 families. 2 multifamily buildings that have been completed but not yet occupied, and we'll have another one coming on board tomorrow. So that's exciting. We'll have 3 as of tomorrow, which is a total of 6 units. And then 11 multifamily buildings are currently under construction, which is another 29 units. We also have as a goal 37 single-family homes for home ownership, One single-family home has been completed and occupied. One single-family home is under construction. We have another 16 single-family homes that will start construction soon. The other buildings, then, the other single-family homes of those 37 will be completed next year in the first quarter, 2 quarters.
May I ask the question?
Sure.
You mentioned that there are 16 single-family homes that are going to start construction soon. Is it the anticipation that they'll be done within this calendar year?
Correct.
Okay.
This, before December
Calendar.
31st?
No.
Wow, okay.
I think it'll be
Well,
done.
I'm saying that because usually in order to build a single-family home, it takes about 3 to 4 months. So if you're doing renovation on one and it's starting soon, it does seem like it could potentially be done before the end of the calendar year, but it depends on the scope.
Correct. And every single-family home is different.
Right.
You know, it's.
Depending on the scope, right?
Correct,
Mhm.
correct. So that's
So,
why we
but the
we don't
anticipation
anticipate-
is to be done with those 16
Correct,
by the end of the calendar year.
correct.
And how many of those do we have commitments or prior commitments for sale to? The ownership, are we ready to transfer ownership on these?
We'll come back to the board with the plan. We're still working through that with
Working on
HUD.
the plan.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, Commissioner Washington.
You said that some of these renovations can start this year. So we already set the $50 million aside for the restored homes.
We already
Yeah,
set
so-
money
In the budget.
aside for restore home.
Wait, if we set the $50 million aside this year for restorative homes, why our units in our building, why there's not enough money to renovate the units in our buildings that's vacant next door to residents, that haven't been trashed out or cleaned or anything? You're gonna renovate a building that's been sitting dormant for years, that's standalone for an entire building, and you got apartments next door to people that have not been cleaned out, renovated or nothing, and people still need cabinet doors and tiles and sinks and stoves. We're gonna do something been laying dormant, but I'm living here and I can't get a new cabinet, new tile on my floor. I can't even get my air conditioners pitched. That stuff is running in my units. How do
Eric,
that sound?
would you take an?
Yes, yes, I will. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Washington, to address your concern, one of the things is that we want to make sure you understand that Restore Home was only to go into total vacant buildings, vacant units that are sitting in vacant buildings, not in vacant units. I have a briefing with you tomorrow that will talk about
You took the money from
units
our
that are in occupied buildings, vacant units in occupied buildings, or units that are folks are living in occupied buildings. The discussion with you has been, we have that on our agenda for tomorrow. Our meeting has already been scheduled, and we will go in details on what our proposed plan
can't
to
wait for
address a
next
lot
year
of
to
those
get 'em
is with
done.
you tomorrow.
We can't wait for next year to get them done.
This, understand what you're saying. However, I want to make sure that this board and everyone knows that if there are dire needs in a property, we're not waiting till next year to address those dire needs. We want to make sure that all of our residents all those issues are addressed timely and efficiently. However, we employ our property management team to ensure that they do that. Our teams will follow up directly if you have some information that you can share with me directly, or somebody who's being that's impacted right now. We can make sure that we address it immediately.
You're gonna address the individual when we got all these orders in.
Could I,
All
could
right.
I, could I
So
ask a
sorry.
question?
Your
Just the last
team need to
question.
get
Next.
to work.
Is that okay? To
Yes.
next slide?
Yes,
Next
please.
slide, please. Hello?
Who's in the room today?
Thank you.
Yes, these are examples of what finished units look like. Next
Correct.
slide, please.
Next slide. This one, I just want to show an example of the before and after. We're not just looking at the interior of the buildings, we're looking at the facades, we're looking at the grounds, we're looking at the landscaping. So we're doing a more holistic approach to the renovation of these buildings and
Thank you.
units.
Next
Next.
slide.
This is a 7-unit courtyard building, not really, but multifamily building. This is, again, a vintage one so that you can see the hardwood floors that exist that were renovated We had a lovely skylight in the stairwell, so it's got all of those vintage details that we tried to keep while modernizing the entire interior.
Do we give our residents shower curtains or what? There's no door on that thing.
We do not. It's a shower curtain is provided by the resident.
Thank
From
you.
what I understand. Next slide.
Rod?
This is one of the projects that occurred down in South Shore. So again, this was a full gut renovation. You can see the new flooring. This was luxury vinyl tile. Each floor is different. So the second floor has a different flooring than the first floor. So there's a little bit of change. This is a 2-unit building. This one is in South Shore and has a really lovely backyard. And then the next slides are just the buildings that we've talked about that are ones that we're going to go under construction right now.
Thank you, Athene.
You're welcome. Thank you.
If there is no further business to come before, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Parker.
I just wanted to know, because I see a lot of this beautiful stuff, but are we giving creating opportunities like this to help with the restore home for our tier 1 vendors? Because we do got a whole program, and I don't see where they could be utilized with this mission.
Yeah, there's a couple different initiatives. As you know, our tier one vendors, contract maxed out per task order at $49,999. So because of the conditions of these buildings, they were told the long-term vacancy it is, a lot of them don't qualify for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I would like to present a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Are there any nays? The September 12th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you so much. We'd like to move on to the the Tenant Services, sorry about that, Tenant Services Committee meeting, and we're going to ask Commissioner Parker to lead the committee meeting.
Congratulations on the temporary promotion.
Good morning and welcome to the September 12th Tenant Service Committee meeting. My
Commissioner,
name is
into the mic.
Oh, sorry. My name is Deborah Parker, and in the absence of Megan Hart, I will chair today's meeting. I will call today's meeting to order. We will have a roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Brewer? Commissioner Harris? Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Here.
Commissioner Hart? Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Let the record reflect that Chair Hurlock and Commissioners Gutierrez and Matanke are also in attendance, but not counted for the quorum. We have one item for consideration on today's agenda. Item number 13 will be presented
I'm
by.
sorry,
Can you speak into the
Commissioner.
mic?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we
Item
can't hear.
13 will be presented by Mary Howard, Chief Administrative and Resident Service Officer. Item 13 read as follows. Authorization to enter into a funding agreement with the Central Advisory Council. Mary, will you provide us with an overview of this item?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start this by saying I think we saved the best item for last. So I am seeking your approval to enter into a 3-year funding agreement with our Central Advisory Council for $1,930,000. We have worked with the chairperson of the Central Advisory Council, Commissioner Francine Washington, on a framework to kind of set a new course for our funding agreement. So and that framework is as follows. So in 2025, we are including a $250,000 in support of the elections that the council is required to have. They require an election every 3 years. And then annually, $375,000, which represents $25 per occupied unit as base funding. We are then adding $150,000 for use by each president to support activities and events, which increases what's called right now a PUI, or a per unit yearly amount, from $3 to $10 for each president's use, and then $35,000 in support of their annual fun days. And earlier you saw the awesome video that they had put together that showcased their events this past summer. CHA would be providing over $7 million in-kind support over the next 3 years, including staff support and other operational costs, such as relieving the CAC the burden of having separate office supply contracts, and we're working on changing the copier so that they are not having to take on those expensive contracts as a small entity when we can leverage what we do here at CHA. We look forward to entering into a 3-year term at the CAC and to provide additional supports to them as they do their important business of representing our resident population. And I'm here to answer any questions, and the chairperson of the CAC is also here.
Commissioners, you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Commissioner Washington.
Oh, you know what? For some reason, it sounds good. I still can't digest it. Something is wrong. I still can't digest. I've been trying all night. And I haven't even taken it to my board, which I'll probably do tomorrow. And don't think if they agree, we gonna change. We ain't.
Okay.
I just
This
something I can't
authorization,
digest. I know.
This authorization is asking the board to let us enter into a funding agreement. So,
Right, that's all. But just enter into one. After digest, I don't understand. Something is up.
Chair Hurlap.
I just want to commend just the work on trying to support our local leadership. Leadership at the resident level and at the development level is very, very important. And so having the resources that they need, I know I've kind of asked some questions and put some folks on the hot seat as well. And I think one, in the past, we've not always utilized all the resources. COVID and things like that sometimes had play into that. But I think equipping the residents with what they need and the resources they need, as well as the support that they need to do the work, is going to be very important in making the moves that we want to make in order to push self-sufficiency and just greater buy-in and ownership at the development level. So thank you.
Commissioner Parker. One of the things that, and I wouldn't say of concern, but the Central Advisory Council is the resident body of it speaks for all the residents at public housing. And recently, we've just been hearing about how they just don't have enough. They can't do the things. I just see the agency not functioning the way it used to. They used to participate in all kind of workshops, all kind of outreach services, and it just seemed like we're not adjusting their budget for inflation. Like, I know we went up, but I don't know if that's a true reflection of the needs that they got. You know what I mean? So I don't understand. I don't know exactly what Francine mean when she say she's not swallowing it, but it could be part of the fact that it just seemed like they can't do the stuff they used to. And I'm not blaming the agency, but I know we got a $1.5 billion budget at CHA, and to give them, what's that, 1% of the budget that they use, and they represent all the residents. I don't know, maybe we should try to be a little more creative in terms of, you said, I know they went from $1 to 10, or, and so is inflation, or what the other one was 15 to 25. What was the increase? Like, what was the bottom line increase in the budget? Like, how much more a year did they get to function?
When was the last time the increase happened?
So
The last increase, I believe, was in the last, I don't know.
So I think this represents a 16% increase over last year,
And
not counting election money. So what's important here is we want to work in partnership with the CAC to look at how to relieve burden of some expenses that really CHA can bear, right? Such as office supplies, copiers. Certainly important to help make sure that the organization itself can represent residents. I have always maintained that if there are specific initiatives or events that we need to help support, that I absolutely welcome those proposals that are beyond what the funding agreement is. We're trying to work on one right now, for example, to help residents who are experiencing trouble with hoarding. And we're just, working through those details. And that would be apart from a funding agreement. We absolutely want to support initiatives that are going to help residents either, move ahead or alleviate any issues that are impacting their residency.
Like they legal bills, like they got outside lawyers and stuff like that.
No,
Does that
not
come
that,
out their
but
budget?
something like hoarding, as an example, like having. So one of the proposals that we're looking at right now is someone coming in and actually working with residents on making sure that they understand what hoarding is, how to actually address it, other things with just general housekeeping that are having them fail inspections. Things like that. I think you would know what Commissioner Parker is, kind of former Good Neighbor Program type
yeah. Oh, yeah.
initiative. So,
I
we're working on something like that. So that is one example. We certainly are not trying to put up roadblocks here, but
So this is the last question for me. In terms of grants, I know it's money out there, and I don't know if they have to seek their own grant writers, but I know those, when they do come in, I remember in the past, they were kind of costly. It wasn't just money, some of the salaries will eat up the budget that they got. So I don't know if that will be part of the operational budget as far as being able to get grant writers, being able to bring more resources into the Central Advisory Council from within. How do they go about navigating that without the funding?
sure. So as its own 501c3, the Central Advisory Council is absolutely enabled to go through any grant that they would like to get as a 501c3. They certainly, work with our team internally to help write letters of support or go over some things. The Resident Opportunity for Self-Sufficiency Grant, or ROS grant, is one of those examples. HUD does put that out annually, and they do apply for that.
I know when they apply, but I'm saying about, and I'm sorry, I'm chairing, that's probably why I wouldn't be a good chair. How do they pay that person to do it? I know ain't nobody, the CHA staff that's there is not gonna write it. So how do they hire staff with the little money they got?
So if we were asked to help write a grant or review a grant, we absolutely would do that.
Okay. Any other questions?
If we're not going after the same grant,
Are y'all competing?
some of them.
Well, we need to share the wealth.
This year that is true. It's our CHA's annual renewal for one of our programs, so it makes them not eligible. But in other years, they absolutely are eligible. In fact, HUD sets aside ROS grants for one staff person to local advisory councils.
So if you write the grant, the staff couldn't be lended. I mean, we staff in the offices, so if CHA was the only one who had the opportunity to write the grant, they couldn't help staff a grant. I'm sorry, because it's for the grant, so.
Yeah,
So
I
you
mean-
got the ROS, and that mean they don't qualify for ROS.
For this year only.
So next year-
So HUD puts ROS grants out in 3-year periods, and it just happened that the last time that the Central Advisory Council applied for it, they did not receive it. But because we have to renew one of our grants, then they're not eligible to apply for the ROS grant for this year. HUD puts them out every single year, so next year around this time, they're eligible to apply.
But CHA gonna apply as well, though, right?
No, we would not, because we would be getting a renewal of our 3-year grant that we're doing right now.
Okay, I'm just trying to help out a little bit, because
Yeah,
I know
absolutely.
they need the help, and I come in, I mean, the things we doing with the staff is okay, and with the training, but that's just my opinion.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, if I might.
Oh,
Madam
First
Chair,
one.
if I might.
okay, okay, thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Mary.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
that's you.
Me, okay.
Might
So-
I make a comment real quick?
Any other comments?
Yes, thank you. I just want to mention, just for the record, one of the things that happened at the last board meeting is that we heard some dissatisfaction about the amounts of money, and I want to commend our staff, Mary and Lucas in particular, for really working very hard to figure out a way to craft a funding agreement. And so, as Mary said, it was 16% increase overall. The thing that I think is important is that the actual sort of cash funding is different from the in-kind funding that we provide to, and supports that we provide to the CAC. And so one of the things that includes is all the staff. A few years ago, CHA brought on all the salaries and benefits of the staff, that most of the staff for the CAC, and then I know there's still some folks in the office. And so that's a way that we help support them, even though it doesn't show up on paper as a number per se. But in addition, we have also the rest of our resident services budget, which is close to $40 million, that is helping to put on the activities and support residents. So I don't think that these things are just sort of in one bucket. We are always working cooperatively with the CAC and the LAC presidents. And so this is just a codification because they are a separate organization, a 501c3, and so we do have to have a formal agreement around the monies that we provide under that auspice. So,
Thank you. Mary, could you just, you told me about supplies and stuff like that CHA was willing to help out, I guess so they can get bulk savings and stuff when they're out in the market competing with
Yes, ma'am.
buying supplies. So is that some CHA put in their budget, or CHA is going to take on that initiative to provide the supplies, offer supplies?
So what we've committed to do actually right now to the rest of the year is take over supplies so that it did not come out of their existing budget. And then starting in January, they wouldn't need to have that line item in their budget. So we're not removing it. That's more money that's in their budget.
What to say? Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Commissioner Harris.
A suggestion. This is a strategy. There was at one time an organization called the Executive Fundraisers. Are you familiar with them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'd just like to say that with the Executive Fundraisers, what we would do would go through the city and the state and touch the billionaires. How many billionaires we have in the city? How many billionaires we have in the state? How many millionaires? We have more Hispanic millionaires now in the city of Chicago. So what we do, we introduce ourselves, and people who have that, there's an anointing that some people have for raising money for different causes. I think if you had an exploratory committee of people who are into that may help you. I just don't want to see us limiting ourselves. I think there's so much more out here for us.
Okay.
But we just have to make ourselves known so that these people will know that we need their help. And the way we approach it and the way we go to the people, I think that we would have a win-win situation and something to be read about.
That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Since no request for public testimony was received, I will present a motion for approval of item number 13. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals?
I recuse myself.
Okay, so we have one recusal, 3 yeas and 1 recusal. If there's no further business come before this committee, I'll present a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed votes? Okay, recusals. Hearing one recusal. Tenant Service Committee meeting of September 12th is now adjourned.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Thank you for rejoining today's recessed meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. We are now ready to start the business portion of the board meeting. Our board secretary will take a roll call to establish quorum.
Here.
Here.
Wonderful.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Hart? Commissioner Mateki?
Here.
Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Here.
Commissioner Hurla?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the committee reports. We'll start with Vice Chair Brewer, who is the chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee. He'll present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance and Audit Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well. Commissioner Washington, present but also not counted for the quorum. Oh, excuse me. Let me restate. Let's start this over. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance and Audit Committee was unable to hold its meeting today due to a lack of quorum. However, the board and public were presented with an overview of items on the agenda. Madam Chair, at this time, I would like to recommend for approval the following 7 items for full board approval. Item 3, authorization to execute Third Amendment to the line of credit facility. Item 4, authorization to execute contract to provide independent auditing services. Recommended awardee Ernst & Young in the approximate aggregate contract values of $4.85 million. Amended item number 5, approval of amended and restated investment and cash management policy with the amendment to section 11D, or is it 2D? 11D? 11D. Item 6, authorization to purchase casualty and professional liability insurance coverages through its insurance broker of record, Arthur J. Gallagher, for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $775,748. Item 7, authorization to approve the fiscal year 2024 MTW annual plan amendment and to submit to HUD. Item 8, authorization to approve the fiscal year 2025 MTW annual plan and submit the plan to HUD. And item 9, authorization to award contracts for hearing officers for the Housing Choice Voucher Administration hearings in the approximate aggregate value of $2,520,000. Recommended awardees: Yolaine Dauphin, Rhonda Walker, Joseph Chico, Margaret Fitzpatrick, Dennis Guest, Mark Moreno, and Dennis Fleming. Madam Chair, again, I would like to present an omnibus motion for approval of item numbers 3 through 9.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Brewer. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Brewer for the approval of items number 3 through 9. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? I am noting that I myself am abstaining from number 9.
I'm abstaining from 3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, and 5?
Yes.
Okay, so we have an abstention from 3, 4, and 5 from Commissioner Washington, and I will be abstaining from item number 9. Hearing no other additional recusals or abstentions, can we all vote aye otherwise?
Aye.
So we will count that as approval of items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, with abstentions from Commissioner Washington on 3, 4, 5, and abstentions from myself on 9. As a reminder, items number 1 and 2 will be discussed in closed session and voted upon on a later time in the open session. So thank you so much, Commissioner Brewer. The next report will be presented by Commissioner James Matanke, who's the chair of the Real Estate Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, and Parker. Although Chair Hurlock and Commissioner Brewer and Washington were also present, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommend for board approval the following 3 items. Item number 10, authorization to award contract to Cordos Development and Associates for the building renovations at 4834 through 4836 North Kimball Avenue for a total contract value of $2,077,302. Item number 11, authorization to award contract to MIKK Construction Corporation for building renovations at 4008 through 4014 South Prairie Avenue for a lump sum value of $6,300,241. And modified item number 12, authorization to commit funds not to exceed, to be determined, less than $9 million for building renovations at the following two properties in North Lawndale, 1500 North Christiana and 1323 to 29 South Kedzie, correct? Okay. The other two items that were pulled off will come back at a later time to the board. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I would present an omnibus motion for approval of items 10, 11, and 12 as modified.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Matanke. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Matanke for approval of items number 10 through 12 with the modifications as stated. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions from items 10, 11, or 12? Okay. All right, then. The last committee report we'll consider that approved. And the last committee report will be presented by Commissioner Deborah Hart. I'm sorry. Deborah Parker.
Wow.
Sorry about that. Deborah Parker, who is standing in for Megan Hart, who is the chair of the Tenant Services Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The
Thank
Tenant
you.
Service Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Brewer, Harris, and Washington. Present also, but not counted for the quorum, were Chair Hurlock, Commissioners Gutierrez, and Matanke. The Tenant Service Committee members discussed, voted, and recommended for approval of the following item. Item number 13, authorization to enter into a funding agreement with the Central Advisory Council in an aggregate amount of $1,930,000. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Tenant Service Committee, I will present a motion for approval of item number 13.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Parker. We have a motion presented by Commissioner Parker for approval of item number 13. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Are you recusing or abstaining? Okay, so we have an abstention by Commissioner Washington on item number 13. So that's how we will move forward with the approval. A few announcements before the board goes into closed session. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, November 19th. As a reminder, you no longer need to register to attend the committee or board meetings as an observer. However, persons wishing to comment at CHA committee or board meetings must submit questions or comments in writing and online to boardpubliccomments@thecha.org no later than 10 a.m. on the Monday that precedes the board meeting. Again, if you would like to address the board at the committee and board meetings, you must register no later than 10 a.m. on Monday, the day before the scheduled meeting. In our continuing effort to improve the Board of Commissioners webpage, we have added a Legistar link that will direct you to meeting notices, agenda packets, and other information pertaining to current and upcoming CHA board meetings. If you would like to be notified when the meeting information is posted to the CHA BOC website, you can subscribe via the Legistar link. Call the board secretary's office if you need additional assistance signing up. Also visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast of information on the board-related meetings. I'm sorry, the board secretary's number is not here. Can you say your number? I know you don't call yourself, do you?
It is 312-913-7282.
Okay, thank you. I will now.
Madam Chair, and I'm glad that you asked me to say that because I just want to clarify that the registration process is open even from today, so that everybody can register up to the
Starting
day
today,
before the
right.
meeting.
Okay, wonderful. I will now present a motion to go into closed session for approximately
I
60
have a
minutes.
question out there first. I have a question.
I'm sorry, you have a question?
About the board meeting.
Yes.
And I had to call Lee yesterday to find out what was up. Some folks said they called in here to be on the agenda for the board meeting. If a resident call in or someone call in to be on the agenda to speak at the board meeting, no CHA staff have a right to call them and ask them, why are you speaking? You know your position. If I call to get on the agenda, then put me on the agenda. No CHA, although you pass around, residents were called to ask them why were they getting on the agenda for today.
I want to make sure I understand what you said correctly. Residents were being called by other residents asking
No,
why
by
they're
CHA
By
staff.
CHA staff.
called late.
Non-BOC staff? Non-Board of Commissioner staff?
Non-Board of Commissioner staff.
Okay,
By CHA staff, ask them why they getting on the agenda, what do they want?
okay, let's,
I asked Lee, who do
Okay.
they go to after she get to, she told me all to go to.
okay,
Maybe it was passed down, but it should never happen.
okay. Point very well taken. The CEO would like to respond to that.
Just for the record, so staff is management is made aware of those who have signed up to speak. And so often we will reach out to them to see if we can resolve some of the issues. Because sometimes they're very personal and not necessarily for the board items. And so we do put in phone calls, but we certainly invite them to speak if they want. I mean, but we sometimes try to get that resolved, hoping that they're not thinking the only way they can get an issue resolved is by speaking to the board. So we do reach out.
But sometimes they do come here and they talk to staff in the back, and the next meeting they're back again because nobody did anything. When
Well,
staff speak to residents, but they don't address the concerns. That's what I'm concerned
But
about.
I do want to make sure that we are not discouraging anyone from speaking at a board meeting. We just try to resolve some of the issues as we see them presented, so that they don't feel that they have to come to the board meeting to get it resolved.
Well, maybe they shouldn't, maybe they need to, maybe need to give them a script, maybe they need custom service training. Don't have to, why you come to me, why you fill out. Maybe it's not what you say, it's how you say.
Good point.
It's like they were being intimidated.
Madam Chair, could I? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I hate to interrupt.
Yes?
So my thing is, I know we went to speaking or having our comments uploaded after COVID. How do we vote and determine if we want to still keep it like that? Because people used to just show up at the meeting and say what they got to say.
Right.
All that covert, they got to know what they going to say when. I mean, I know we did it during COVID, but I don't see why we couldn't just open that up to the public so they know they could come to our meeting and speak if they wanted to. But I don't know if that's a vote, I'm sorry.
Well, I think let's definitely discuss like the operations of how we have public participation. We can definitely discuss that. Yeah, if we don't think it's working, so.
Thank you.
So let's, I'll present a motion now to go into close, if there aren't any more comments or questions. I'll present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 60 minutes. In addition to items number 14 and 15 that are listed on our agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss matters under the following exceptions. That will include personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending imminent or probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have, I'm sorry, she's coming to. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? We will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 60 minutes.
At our 14th annual Take Flight College reception, we are celebrating. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm forever grateful for that. Like, my mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to having my parents care so much about me and do a lot, sacrifice and stuff they do for me is very, it helps me so much, and it's I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections. Okay. That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to like branch out, and there's a lot of support, so that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
In Chicago's historic Bronzeville community, a project that could ultimately lead to the transformation of our energy infrastructure is quietly taking shape. Now, it could pave the way to a sustainable green energy future while at the same time making the nation's power infrastructure more resilient to everything from extreme weather to a terrorist attack. Now, it's a collaboration between the Illinois Institute of Technology, the Chicago Housing Authority, and ComEd called the Bronzeville Community Microgrid. And it's charting a path to the future by taking an old idea and updating it for the 21st century.
Basically, the first microgrid was built by Edison in 1881. So microgrid by itself is not a new technology. He had a power plant, he pulled wire to the neighborhood, and it was an isolated system, started turning the lights on the streets and providing electricity to the neighbors who were primarily rich people who could afford the electricity at the time. What's different now is that we are using the same idea of the microgrid. However, we are using very advanced technologies, renewable energy technologies, very advanced storage technologies. So everything has developed to be, much more efficient, much less costly, and all of that. And that's what makes it different from the days of Edison.
Bronzeville is a very important community to Chicago. It's got a lot of heart, it's got a lot of passion. As represented by this mural, it's got a lot of forward thinkers and innovative thinkers. It makes it the perfect place, the center of the energy transformation really in the world.
As a Bronzeville resident and a Bronzeville business owner, no matter what community you live in, you want to live in a modern community. And I think the grid represents state-of-art technology as it relates to power and power failures. So in layman's terms, to me it means when there are power failures, the whole city doesn't have to suffer, and you can deal with these problems in sections.
When we look at our communities that have been disinvested, and when we talk about environmental justice, it's really important that clean energy is something that CHA is always pursuing. We've been working on this project for almost 10 years with the community. We're part of the Better Climate Challenge, where we've committed to reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2033, and we're well on track, having reduced it just in 1 year by 5%. But also it has provided opportunities for new jobs. So through this program, we had 4 residents who went through training on solar installations and so on, and who are now certified in an industry that is only going to grow.
So in the last few years, the CHA has worked with our partners over at ComEd to install solar panels on each of the 16 residential mid-sized buildings here at Dearborn Homes. We typically use across the campus about 6 million kilowatt hours annually. The solar panels are supplementing that energy by about 10%, which means that we're generating about 600,000 kilowatt hours annually through the solar panels that we in turn do not have to buy from ComEd.
Behind this just beautiful mural is what we call the battery energy storage system, which helps provide that resilient power. A microgrid really is a conglomeration of a lot of different smart devices, all controlled by a master controller. And it provides, on any normal day, the microgrid is actually connected to the main grid. But then in the event of a large disturbance, the microgrid would be able to island or disconnect itself from the main grid and use the resources, the generation, the solar, the energy, to still have a continuous power supply. Every single one of the thousands of residents, the police station, the fire station, the schools, and all the small businesses here in Bronzeville would still remain with power.
If you don't have a microgrid, and then if the, let's say the vicinity, the neighborhood is an outage, then you have to turn everything off. Because while the lineman is fixing the grid, you cannot use or turn on your generator or solar because the electron is going to run into the system and the lineman is going to get electrocuted.
This allows us to continue to operate when we have storms or inclement weather, where we need to make sure that our businesses are still functioning. You know, the fire, ambulance, you know, all of the things that are necessary to operate within the city of Chicago to service this community to continue. And we appreciate it, you know, having this microgrid right here in Bronzeville.
And ComEd's Dale Players says with the benefits microgrids bring, in the future we could see them in every community.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our second annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, you know. Then I got tired of the landlords, you know. So that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient, encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming, and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority. And we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial backing for where we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list. And so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay. And it was too late. I thought I was gonna be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing because like you said, it was up and running in November. By December I was called. Beginning of April I was moved in. It definitely working and y'all doing what you're what you said you were gonna do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. Then my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loves because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments and strong communities that help families move forward. And so if this is just an example, but we do it every single day and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was gonna go. Because my grandmother had, everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
This is
What happened at Los Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth. And it all stopped.
So we lost the generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple of days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days. They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat. Because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency, along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens, and they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today.
Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the fourth time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for the public library and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment to lifting hardworking families.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal, and it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people, so we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner, in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
Our 13th annual CHA Springboard to Success Take Flight College reception was our largest ever. The Chicago Bulls, they're hosting us here in this wonderful space once again. So this year we had wonderful sponsorship support. Molina Healthcare, AT&T provided us with 180 brand new laptops, and Snapchat is a first-time sponsor as well. We had 180 kids here today. So excited to see so many of our youth headed off to colleges all across the country.
I feel blessed, being here, seeing kids, who who going to college, who just experience college, come here, be together, have a good time, get new stuff for their dorms, and enjoying their experience in college. It's like a blessed day.
It's just so wonderful to be able to support CHA youth taking this next important step in their journey. So today we are in the third floor conference center. We are hosting our annual Take Flight networking and recruitment event for CHA college students and recent graduates.
I'm a freshman at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California, and I'm also a CHA resident, so I thought today would be a good opportunity to network and just help build my resume, and I need to update my headshot as well.
Make connections with someone, potentially finding a job, or even just getting my foot in the door as far as interning with them to later get a higher position.
And we had a huge group of students waking up, coming downtown to network and to further their careers and their education goals. So it's really, the vibes are always great.
I'm proud to be here today for this groundbreaking of the final rental phase of West Haven Park.
You know, it's only fitting that this will probably be one of the first to be done in completing to have the number of residents that's supposed to come back to be able to come back.
Community. So I commend the Chicago Housing Authority. The commissioner has done a great job during the time that she has served and worked.
We're celebrating the creation of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. It is also indicative of the work that we continue to do. We don't stop just because we checked a box. We have to keep going. And so we're here to celebrate checking that box and then the next steps.
This event has motivated me tremendously. It's hard to see people that look like you, sound like you, come from areas similar to you, be prosperous, so it's just encouraged me to continue to reach higher heights and set the bar even higher. Now I want to just help other people that was in the same shoes as me at one point in time.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me after that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Peach Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
What makes Dr. Harris special? Her heart, her desire to bring out of every person that God would allow her to come in their midst.
Dr. Harris is a strong leader, is a female, and she's very militant and very passionate when it comes to her purpose and the things that she knows that God would have her to do.
Dr. Harris has had a tremendous impact on the community. Her sacrifices, her humility, her servitude. Dr. Harris would have these community breakfasts, and they would have like 3,000 to 5,000 people at these breakfasts.
Not only does she teach the word or preach the word, she gets out there and do the word. Her broad reach when it comes to government, when it comes to education, when it comes to religion, has been to just really be a demonstrator of the Word of God.
This honor is so well deserved because when you see a person live their life and for them to be able to experience a plateau or to receive a trophy or to receive the recognition for their labor, it lets her know that the labor has not been in vain.
Thank you for your labor of love, your heart, your passion, your bold, lion-like spirit for helping us to become what we are today.
ILA is a collaborative community and soon-to-be physical location in Chicago, dedicated to educating, elevating, and celebrating Black artistry. Founded by me, Rachel Gatson. We explore the arts through educational experiences, intentional programming, and empowering events. We recognize and honor all Black artists because we know Black artists deserve recognition for their talent.
So Territory is this really big group of teens who have come together, who work really hard to just bring up new creative solutions, how we can, as young people, fix it for the future or for other people who live in it now.
And our mission is to make the street more welcoming and just more attractive for teenagers.
I feel like it's important to help out my community that I live in and contribute to making the place where I live a better place.
I want to see my city look different because I know that there's a lot of injustices here.
You know what? This is my city. This is where I grew up. I want to make it better. I feel like it's only proper for us to have a voice in what we see, what we do, what we experience at Western.
Chicago chess community is very diverse, and by expanding access to chess, it gives more people the opportunity to learn lessons like the one I've learned. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm a junior from Whitney Young. Chess has taught me to learn from losing, and I've been able to apply that to my life. One of the ways I've applied the things that I've learned from chess is by teaching girls around the nation how to apply the skills that I've learned from chess into their own lives. I love the Chicago chess community because it's both competitive and supportive.
I wanted my organization to be a part of representing the African diaspora around the world, looking at what do we know to be true about who we are as a people. Two words have become really key to our work. The first is Afro-contemporary, so it's kind of a descriptor of the movement aesthetic, the style that we use. Artivism, this idea of art and activism as a fusion, speaks to the work that we do in community, the work that we do through our education programs. I wanted a company where Black dancers could have a home and that we could create together.
I love the game. Like, I can't really explain it, but you want. Oh yeah. These kids are all creative and all have their own unique ability to affect change in different ways.
Basketball is not just playing, it's like you learn from it, you get ideas from it.
I like to lead. I have a lot of leadership in me.
The inner city of Chicago is rough around the edges, but you'd be surprised what could spring up when you nurture it and you feed it some life. Chicago Eco House, based on the south side of Chicago. We take over vacant lots and we turn them into solar-powered flower farms that creates jobs for at-risk young people. I'm Keelan Blackwell, president and founder of Chicago Eco House. We do really care about growing in a way that is sensitive to Mother Nature. We teach, our staff the way you really treat the environment is the way you're going to be treated as well.
Again, thank you for rejoining today's meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners have just finished meeting in closed session where we discussed items 1, 2, 14, and 15 and other matters under the Closed Meeting Act exceptions. Our board secretary will now take the roll.
Commissioner Brewer?
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Hart? Commissioner Matanke?
Here.
Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Washington? Commissioner Herlock?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay. I don't have to do that. Okay. All right. We are going to, as I mentioned during our closed session, board members discuss items 1, 2, 14, 15, and other closed session matters. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners on items number 1 and 2? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion to approve items 1 and 2?
So moved.
Is there, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, item number 1 and 2 are approved, so thank you. Item number 14, authorization to settle the matter of Anthony Pinozzo v. CHA, Apex Construction Group, and Anderson Ellis Elevator, and items number 15, personnel actions, was also discussed in closed session. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners on items number 14 and 15?
Nope.
Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolutions for items number 14 and 15 are approved. If there are no other business to come before this board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As a reminder, our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. Please, everyone, be safe. Thank you for participating in today's meeting proceedings. The meeting of September 12th is now adjourned at 1:59.